Good afternoon, Europe. Good morning, United States. I don't know if anybody is joining us from Asia. Hi, Stefan. You're up early. I
Good
don't know if it's
morning.
even light where you are.
It just turned light, but it's rainy here this morning. I don't know, often have that. How's the weather where you are?
Uh, it's all
Cold.
right, I guess. I guess the nature doesn't have any bad weather. Listen, so why don't you co-host a little bit with me today? Let's have the guy energy. It was very feminine yesterday. Let's with the panel with women localization, Olga hosting, uh, everything. So we'll have the guy talk today, no?
All right, awesome. I'd love to co-host with you a little bit if I'm allowed, and if people get tired of me, they can kick me out. They put something in the chat, and off I go.
All right. So people are joining. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling after yesterday? It was a packed session yesterday. So how what's the feedback? What's up? Let us know in a meeting group chat. And Jill, I think everybody can open up their camera and microphone, right? It's possible in this setup.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Yeah, be brave. All right.
Too
People are
many people.
streaming in. Don't see any messages. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know. Yay, Hema feels good. Katerina, thank you. Elaine, here you go. There you go. All right. So
Is
before
anybody
we
going to be
start,
brave enough to turn on their microphone and come say hi and meet us in person? It's a totally different atmosphere this morning, so feel free to turn on your camera and say hi.
so we
Hello.
have like 150 people in this session. Hopefully, more than half will join. The moment we're approaching 50 people, and many are streaming it. Did you like the game yesterday? Did you like playing the Mentimeter? Who played? I know, Elaine, you did.
No,
You haven't done
I,
it.
I, I had to take some lunch, Konstantin.
We had a
Okay.
lot of people playing yesterday.
Kay, you won the prize yesterday. Hey, so because of the game, I know that some people played behind the scenes. We wanted to try and run it again. Do we have Liz with us just for the icebreaker before we start the sessions? Liz, are you here with us?
I think she's taking advantage and
No.
sleeping in.
All right. Maybe then, Stefan, you and I will entertain the people for the icebreaker. Hammer starts and we'll do the trivia contest in the break. We have a
Sounds
15-minute
good.
break today.
Sounds
All
good.
right. So what are we looking forward to today, Stefan? What do you think we can learn today?
Well, I'm looking forward to the first session already because that's Hema Ramirez Sanchez with Language Data Workshop. That sounds right up my alley. I'm eager to learn the technical tidbits
I thought you
in
went
this
into
session.
agents first, like N8N and building agents. That's what you
Yeah,
showcased in Saudi Arabia.
yeah, I would have loved that. Maybe in a future edition of the conference, I can share some of that knowledge with people. That's been kind of something I've been poking around with in the last year or so. I've made some of my own AI agents, and there's so much opportunity to do that kind of thing nowadays. You can just be a klutz like me and not know how to code. Maybe you would be better at doing this kind of thing natively, Kostya, but I'm not an engineer at all
I am
from
a
the
linguist by
start.
education. You get into the engineering as you go along. Hey,
Yeah.
I got news that Liz is ready.
Oh,
Ladies and
awesome.
gentlemen, do you want to play the game for 3 minutes before we start with the workshop? Are you ready for the icebreaker to get into socializing? I'd like to hear some
Let's
yes or nay.
let's bring her in. Come on.
I'll
Yay, go for it.
I'll
Okay,
go ahead
you won yesterday.
I'll go ahead and share it in 1 second here.
All right. So this is just for the icebreaker, for you to get into the right mood. Liz, take it away.
Even faster than yesterday, Liz.
Yeah, I changed it to 15 seconds, so yeah, you guys are gonna have to think.
All right. Anybody who's not aware, just scan in the QR code, and that should take you to the game and allow you to vote. Enter in your name.
And we'll use the time for everybody to join and to get comfortable. So Liz, can organizers play as well?
Do we have a first question, Liz?
Sorry, there we go. Sorry, my audio, not my audio, my controls went to my other monitor. I was like, where are you? I'm ready when you guys are.
Kick it off. Go ahead. HTML controls what?
Everybody will answer correctly. We should have a question about Python next. Then we'll see who has done their homework.
All right. Nobody got that wrong.
But somebody was faster.
DeepMind's co-founder. Who knows who DeepMind's co-founder is? Sam Altman, Jensen Huang, Demis Hassabis, or option
Must
4.
be Demis because Jensen is from. Okay, I'm not giving any hints.
I guess nobody's gonna have this one wrong either. Oh,
Oh no!
yep,
Look at this.
yeah,
Jensen is from NVIDIA.
yeah.
All right. So what else?
HTTP is used
This is
for
getting very technical today.
email, loading web pages, file organization,
Teleportation.
teleportation.
Teleportation. I vote teleportation. So yes, it's easy. What kind of prize can we give out today to the winner? Just recognition?
They can come back tomorrow. The Uncanny Valley, what does it refer to?
No idea.
GPU failures, the discomfort of from almost human robots, a VR landscape, or a new Netflix series.
I have no idea. Can you imagine? I have no idea.
Looks like I got it right.
All right. All right.
5, the fifth question. Here it comes. The codex is designed for image style transfer, writing code, voice synthesis, or option 4 again.
Apparently, my option fours did not want to save my funny ones. That's fine. You all get a free pass.
So Carolina Voliter is leading. Thomas is the fastest.
What does latency measure?
Everyone knows that.
GPU power, available bandwidth, response delay, or
Option
option
four.
4?
Vote option 4.
I'm disappointed because my option fours were pretty good. I don't know why they didn't save.
I guess it was like a click fast exercise for this one. Look, Thomas is the steam engine. All right,
Last
last
question.
and Hema, you can take it away right away.
Docker helps developers do what? Compress PDF files, send faxes, debug CSS, or run software in containers.
There we go. Everybody knows that. I like it. It's a great way to start the day. And look, Thomas won. Who is Thomas? Who is this? Is the steam engine?
To turn on your microphone and say hi real quick, Thomas. We congratulate you.
I think it's me, but I was never able to enter my name. So it just gave me the name.
So,
Marcel.
so it's Marcel. Congratulations. You get to come back tomorrow.
All right. Let's kick it off. We're now in a good mood and ready to start the day and learn how to do the data set analysis, clean up, manage the data sets, detect biases, and then we'll have the innovation showcase.
And yeah, the word Docker will appear in my slide. So welcome everyone. I'm gonna share my screen right away because I have many things prepared for you guys. Okay, just gonna say yes to everything here. And I just need to share my full screen. Hope it's visible for everyone. Let's talk about language data. All right. Come on. If you were here yesterday, I was doing the show together with Konstantin, and he did a beautiful introduction, so I don't need to introduce myself again. Maybe for the ones that were not here yesterday, to say that my heart in all these things that have to do with data stays with the multilingual part of it, because my background is in translation, and that's why I'm here. And machine translation was always my, let's say, strategy to control what other people are doing with technology. So I wanted to jump in, and I did it very early stages. And I've been since then for 20 years just being the CEO of a language technology company. So Most of what we are doing and what we did in the past has to do with compiling good data, multilingual data, to feed translation models. Today, translation models can be the traditional models or LLMs. In this workshop, we are going to mostly take a look to what do we need to feed the hungry LLMs that we are now using or benchmarking for translation. And so we are going to see what language data is needed to train multilingual models, how, or from our experience, how to create and enrich multilingual data, and how to inspect and evaluate multilingual data, which can be done in many ways. You probably are the best audience to understand all of this. So what data? Okay, everything starts with a data set, and at every step of LLM building, we need different types and size of data. So from the very beginning, pre-training, which is what we are going to focus today, you need trillions of tokens, so big amounts of data. But then in other phases, you need at the size of millions of tokens for post-training. Here we come from the raw data to a more structured labeled data, and evaluation, which is everywhere and feedbacks every of the phases. There you need little amounts of data, but very, very accurate. So again, everything is data, then we fit the machines and we get the outputs. But if we focus on pre-training, because in the last time I was here, we were talking about evaluation, and maybe next time Konstantin will invite me to talk about post-training. Let's focus on pre-training today. If we take a look at what is needed for pre-training multilingual LLMs, I keep asking this question to people that had been training for several years LLMs nowadays, and the only answer I could get from them, because it's very difficult actually to give an accurate answer for that, is that it should be huge, diverse, and made by human for humans. That's probably the answer I got 3 years ago. The made by humans for humans, the diversity and the hugeness of the data has been changing since then. And what we have nowadays, so the actual picture looks a little bit more like this. So the vast majority of data that we have is English, and it comes from web pages. The rest of native data for other languages in multilingual LLMs fight with English to get into the training budget. There's a lot of synthetic data, so the made by humans for humans. So it's becoming a thing that we think it's unreachable for many languages, only for English. English is the only language in which we are in this big data scenario, and we can choose what data we want. So for example, let's take a real example from two projects, two initiatives in which we participate, which are the HPLT project, High Performance Language Technologies, which is about to end, and which has been collecting big amounts of data for many purposes, but specifically to train LLMs. And we are going to put this in practice inside OpenEuroLLM, which is a project that will try to build flagship models for European languages. And when we see at what we have from HPLT data in terms of the initial set of languages that will make it in this flagship model, then this is the picture that we have. The minimum budget that we are aiming for every language is around the 100 billion tokens. So you see in this picture that the green lines So the amount of tiny green that goes, for example, for the Dutch bar or the Polish bar, only for this language we are really covered. And look at the difference with English. If we zoom out a little bit more, then we can see that's only for, let's say, 14 of the 36 languages that we want to cover are in good shape. And that, for example, if you take a look at Icelandic, we only have 6 billion tokens out of 100. Or for languages like Danish, we have 72. Where to get more data? We desperately need this data. Otherwise, the equality of the representativity of the languages in our model will be actually not equal, but yeah, you see. So how to get more multilingual data for pre-training LLMs? There are many ways of doing this, but I think that it's, for me today, what I want to share is our real experience. How do we do it inside the HPLT project? So just as a matter of introduction, we've been doing this for 3 years. This project was aimed at combining petabytes of natural language data with large-scale model training. And we've been doing this with other people. And exactly, our goal was to produce data at massive scale. So we said, let's cover hundreds of languages for both monolingual and parallel data. Let's start with web crawls, which is the biggest source of data that we have out there. And we promise to curate, distribute, analyze, enrich, and make it all reproducible so that other people can come and see and probably make things their own way, let's say. But we have produced 3 releases in 3 years of parallel and monolingual. There's a 4th release coming soon. And we learn a lot through this process. And this is how the pipeline looks like. Don't be overwhelmed. It's many things in here. You will be very familiar with them. I'm gonna explain briefly. The goal is that you understand that this is at the same time complex and not that complex, and that this can be done at a massive scale or also at a more reduced scale with databases and mini data lakes that people have in their own companies, let's say, for example. So imagine that you have any source at the beginning. We had web crawls at our very beginning in HPLT, massive amounts of web crawls. So we went to a process in which we select which documents do we want, for example, to remove those web pages for which bots were not allowed to crawl them. So we don't want this in our datasets. And then we keep HTML. We could keep also documents. And we perform text extraction. So we take the text out of the HTML tags and we try to remove boilerplate. And then with this text, we do language identification. We want to know which language this belongs to. And we have what we call the pool, from which we then go into producing through monotextor, which is the name of the pipeline, monolingual datasets. And from the monolingual datasets, imagine that you have a dataset for English and French and Norwegian and Icelandic. Then we produce through the bitextor pipeline the parallel datasets. In here, there are things that happens in any data curation pipeline, like deduplication, data annotation. It can be different, but for example, we do segment language identification because we were doing document level identification here. We flag documents for other content. We record personal data and web registers, and we provide a score to every document to be able to filter and package. Most of the same goes for the parallel data, but here we have this special step about aligning the data because we have a very, very, very big English data set, and we need to see where the translations are pairing this English with Norwegian, let's say. So this reduces a lot the size. So for parallel data, for example, we've been producing 50 language pairs and something like 380 million translation units I have. This is wrong. If we had produced only 380 translation units, the European Commission would kill us. This compare and documents, because documents, so translation models based on documents perform much better when you go and write the context to paragraphs or even documents, you get better results. This compare to monolingual data is tiny numbers. We had almost 200 languages there, 29 billion documents, and 30 trillion tokens. So this is huge. Sorry. So we have these pipelines that we've been producing collaboratively.
Bless you, Gemma.
Oh, wow. Within this project and previous projects. And sorry, I'm going to take some water. I hope I won't die before this ends. Sorry about that. So this is part of what we offer. I was saying at big scale and small scale, but this is all public. We've been collaboratively producing these pipelines, and they are indeed made of modules and components that can be replaced. So we can easily adapt them to also reduce scales. That would be the output from what we have from this immense curation pipeline. And for example, this is the way we start communicating with machines because they need the data that we produce in let's say a structured format. Even if after this in pre-training the systems are going to be fed only with the text part of this document, making decisions on how to mix all the different sources of data that you have for pre-training, it's mostly based on the metadata that we have here. So for example, we know from the collection that this comes from something called Common Crawl, which is web crawls from 2022. So you can choose. Maybe I want to put more data from before 2022 because after 2022, there's going to be a lot of GenAI data and I want to try with more native data. We know that we can filter documents by the language of their document or the language of their segments. We basically don't want to use documents that were not allowed to be crawled. So this robots.txt, we use it also for filtering, or the score, for example, of this document, which is 8.2 out of 10, or the subscores are also quality indicators that we can use later on. So producing data for people that are going to make these decisions with metadata helps them making those decisions actually. We also produce things like Parquet, which is the native format that Hugging Face. So this big infrastructure for data sets and models that it's out there for which developers go and try to find what they need. So we also produce this, but it's basically the same. You can actually go there and inspect a little. So some other languages from the HPLT datasets and some other documents, but basically we code the same information. So this is another way of seeing basically the same. But it's important because here we're talking about standards, and standards are always important. So we have with this pipeline, produced 3 releases, and we are going to release HPLT 4.0 as our last release because the project ends in less than in less than 3 weeks. So we are hurrying, so in a rush to produce this 4th release. Our approach in HPLT was, okay, let's at every step of the data curation pipeline, let's try to see what can we get better. But we're also having this lazy approach and the LLM lazy approach of having more petabytes at the source to be able to produce more data. So this lazy approach, as I call it, well, 10 petabytes of data was not that lazy, let's say. But this lazy approach, so add more data to get a better model, will one day end because we know that we are exhausting human generated data, and the amount of data that we can gather, or the amount of data that is available that we can gather and make available for people that want to train LLMs. There's a lot of in the side of the private data, let's say. But anyway, there's a study that says that in 2022, human generated data will be inside any of the LLMs that we will be using at the moment. But actually, we saw that the coverage for many, many, many languages is very deficient. So what can we do? And there, we are seeing more and more, we were talking about this already yesterday, that synthetic data is coming to the rescue. I say this with, I'm not sure with fear, but it's interesting to me. How can we produce better models out of synthetic data? Then in pre-training, we can probably take this risk because we are just feeding the system with huge amounts of data, and we are able to correct with high quality data at reduced sizes later on. But still, it made me think twice if we want to keep contributing with synthetic data alone to the future of our LLMs. So we are very conscious of that, but everyone is doing it. NVIDIA is doing it. They released a corpus for long horizon pre-training, and they had lots of actual data, so let's say native data, but they thought this is not enough, so let's produce synthetics. And they were first dividing their data into high and low quality. And from low quality, they were prompting LLMs to produce, for example, Wikipedia-like articles. And this is one type of synthetic data. And from high quality, they were doing a myriad of things, and they got trillions of tokens out of that they can now use in their LLMs. They were doing that for English. So we thought, okay, this is maybe a proxy for the multilingual needs that we have. And we said, okay, so maybe not only generative AI in the sense of let's generate more tokens, let the machine generate more tokens, but we've been building very good and robust machine translation models in the past. So are these of any usefulness today. And we said, okay, we see an opportunity here. Let's go for it. And we asked for a side project to produce 2.2 trillions of multilingual machine translated tokens out of a high quality subset of this previous dataset, Nemotron. And for languages that we know, for which we know that machine translation works very well and with different machine translation systems. So this is an announcement that we will make soon. So I'm bringing fresh news to you guys. And we now need to see how this compares. So what's the value? Now that we have this big amount of synthetic machine translated data done with LLMs and classical neural machine translation, we now need to see how this data compares to native data. In the case of the languages for which we don't have these 100 billion tokens that we desperately need, then the comparison, it's just what do we gain with translated data. But for languages like French, German, Spanish, in which we are in another scenario, so that we can decide how to mix native and synthetic data, we need to measure. We just can say, okay, put everything or make a mix 50-50. We need to measure to make decisions. So with the multi-synth, we were doing 100 billion tokens for all the open Euro LLM languages and translating them with different machine translation systems into these 36 languages that we want to cover. And with those 100 billion tokens, training tiny or baby LLMs. And we were on the other side taking native data and training tiny baby LLMs and comparing them. So there's comparison that goes by, okay, so we have these tiny LLMs and we have our benchmarks. And so we compute automatic metrics for those, and we see and we plot the lines. And the case is that the native data, that it's this red line here, it's underperforming in this 100 tiny LLM setting compared to the machine translated data produced by Tower, so LLM-based machine translation, and Opus, which is a classical neural machine translation. And we were saying, oh my God, but this is strange, right? So intuition would have said that native data is better. But then we were realizing that probably this is due to the fact that we are translating a very high quality subset of the Nemotron dataset and comparing, so this dataset have been heavily filtered for quality, and we were comparing it to a random subset of the HPLT data, which was never filter for quality. We just annotate and we let people decide which filters do they want to apply later on. So this kind of makes sense that we have good machine translation for Dutch, which is the language here. And we're probably seeing that the information, the high quality subset, was nevertheless shining when translating it. But we don't quite, so we want to dive a little bit more into what's going on, because these benchmarks, most of the time, they don't focus on fluency. They just focus on, I'm asking this question, give me the correct answer and things like that. So we wanted to know what happens when we So we compared those systems for fluency. And this is one of the tools that we have created so to see this fight, how it goes. So I'm inviting you to help us. So this way you will see, for example, what do we need in terms of evaluating data sets through LLM building. And I'm inviting you to later on help us in making this exercise that I'm going to show you now. So we have here the models, those models trained with only 100 billion tokens. These are base models, so these are not chatbots. We can ask questions at this point. They will just complete a sentence that you start. And we are evaluating them for fluency. So, for example, if you pick a language in which you can evaluate for fluency, I can do it for Catalan, let's say. You can, for example, take one, you can ask, so you can start your own sentence, but you can pick one of the examples here. So there was upon a time a dragon that lived in, and you can ask our models to complete this sentence. And then you will need to give your input about which of these two completions look more fluent to you. So you will have these two completions. You can vote for any of the two models. I'm gonna just click on one. My colleagues are gonna kill me. Or you can say tie equal fluency. But I'm just gonna click to let you know that, for example, so we say your bot it was recorded successfully, but we hide the identity to prevent bias. And you can start a new round so this goes and you can start with another completion and go and go and go. And after that, after 5 tries, you will have, okay, so which the identity reveal, as we say, which system was which, and you can see whether HPLT or multisync were multisync-based tiny LLMs were more fluent. And we are having these results. HPLT datasets are becoming more fluent. We can see preference by language, and we can see that Tower is preferred over Opus. So with that, we can make informed decisions about these datasets, these multilingual datasets that we're producing. And this is a very nice exercise. For that, we count on, or we organize big, massive campaigns with language service providers that have not only the language expertise, but they understand what are we looking for. And so this is a way of evaluating. But for that, we needed to train a very expensive LLM. So we were wondering throughout the whole HPLT project, can we do something better? Can we hint dataset quality beforehand? And I'm a believer that we can do it. And I've been always trying to convince my colleagues, who are mostly technical people, that they should take a look at the data, but I'm not getting very successful. And the only way I could convince them was to tell them, okay, if you cannot take a look at the data, and we were talking about massive amounts of data, I recognize that it's really difficult. Why not looking at data through statistics? And in this, to make this appealing for everyone in my team and within the HPLT project, we created this tool called Analytics. with which we can create a report with descriptive stats of every data set that we produce. So analytics will produce a report for every of the data sets that we have produced, but we are also using it right now to also take a look through the stats lens for the rest of data sets that my colleagues at OpenEuroLLM are evaluating. They are evaluating FineWeb, which is one of the most popular ones. They are evaluating DCLM. They are evaluating Nemotron. They are evaluating Fine PDFs. And they are finding these reports very useful for their purposes. We have both monolingual and bilingual statistics, and we put this report next to the release of our datasets. And I want to show you this tool, and this comes from a public link. So we are going to take a look together to the monolingual version of the French datasets that we produce in two different versions of the two different releases in HPLT. And you will gain some literacy on how to use this tool, and you can then go and check your own preferred language, let's say. But let's go. This is kind of a spoiler of what we are going to see. But this spoiler came from only taking a look at this viewer, so at these reports. So I think that it's kind of cool that we can say things before spending GPU hours on training LLMs on the datasets. So let's go for it. So this is HPLT version 1.2 French. And in this report, we can see a little bit volumes of the data sets that we are producing. We have 99 million documents and thousands of millions of segments in this first release for the French data set. As we are treating with web data, we can make an analysis of what are the top 10 domains and the top 10 top-level domains and see odd things like, okay, what is the Turkish top-level domain doing in a French dataset? Or Catalan. Catalan, well, we are neighbors, so might be, I don't know. But also from the top 10 level domains, if you go and look into what is this, you will see that most of the French that we have from this domain, it's probably machine translation. So you start see a little bit what's in this big amount of data. Then we have things like, okay, in here we have documents and segments. What's the oddity of having almost so many segments, so many documents with only two segments, or 1.7 million documents of 22 segments? And so this distribution looks really odd for a normal distribution. Or we can see which collection was most productive. We can also see that segment-wise, only 71 of the segments were French, while 18% is English. Well, there's no problem. There are multilingual documents, and we don't label the data for pre-training. But yeah, well, we could probably do better here. Then in this course that we to documents, there are many documents, almost 4 million documents that score 0, so they have serious problems. Let's filter them. Or they have in the segment distribution a lot of short segments. So 37% of this dataset is made of segments under 3 tokens. Okay, for me that's this document, so this data set needs to be filtered before to spot the high quality chunks on it.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that the conference police is giving you another 5 minutes.
Thank you. So, okay, so yeah, if we go to version 2, then we start to see the differences, of course, in volumes. There are 400 million documents in here. But we got rid of the Turkish top-level domain, so it starts looking better, let's say. And we have Wikipedia and others, and Le Figaro here. So maybe this is more than what we would consider a nice top-level domain to be inside the dataset. In this version, we were also analyzing the dataset in terms of registered labels, so that we see that the most popular registered label, so the most popular topic has to do with description with intent to sell, which is very popular on the internet, and news and opinion blogs or editorials, which is nice. And the second is narrative blogs and news reports. This is nice. So look at this distribution. Now looks smoother. I like this. And we have 86% of the segments now in French. We decided to cut everything under, so for the document scores under 5, so we don't want low quality, obvious noisy documents, and we reduce a lot the number of short segments here. So you see that we could improve on our second release by improving the components of the curation pipeline. This is a public URL. I will share it later. It has hundreds of datasets from HPLT, but also for other datasets that you might be interested in inspecting in your own language to see if you can inform yourself of what's in this big amount of data. So cool, we could see with our own eyes that HPLT2 was better than HPLT1. What do models say? Okay, so that's an independent evaluation done from Hugging Face, and they could say exactly the same. The purple line is version 1.2, and the yellow line is version 2, and French was included in this study. So we were happy, and we don't have to burn the world to be able to see that. There's lots of things we can say. So this tool, it's again a tool that we've been developing and maintaining, and it's public on GitHub. So we invite you to not just to view, but to use it actually. And now I'm gonna end by saying, okay, Hema, you may say, okay, Hema, but pre-training data, this is too amazing. How can we contribute to that? And this is going to be my last slide. Contributing to multilingual pre-training data is something that this audience is very, very well trained to do. Probably the only constraint is the scale, because no one will tell you what are the components of creating quality data and enriching it with metadata. Maybe synthetic data, you have already started experiencing with it, but I don't think that the technical barrier would be a constraint. And analyzing and providing data insights, we are really prepared. And I know that every of you could give me an advice on how to improve this HPLT analytics data that I showed. So I'm inviting you to join. And with that, I would be finished.
Fantastic. Hema, you're so brilliant. It's dazzling. This is a day of in life of a large language model builder. You walked us through how the data is collected, how the data is cleaned, selected. So basically, I understood that you take part of the internet, you machine translate it into Lithuanian, and you can build an LLM which does quite well in Lithuanian.
So we can complement the native data with this translated data, and this is not the only plan. We plan to do other types of synthetics because we don't want to input only 5 billion tokens for Lithuanian. We want these 100 billion tokens at least for every language that is going to make it into our LLMs. So it's a proxy, right?
The proxy, but think of Africa, right? They have 800 languages and no machine translation.
Yeah, that's a problem. For these 36 languages, we could afford to do this because we've been doing machine translation and we've been dealing with our own hands and we know the quality. For African languages, we struggle. We will always struggle if we don't, let's say, if we don't do a massive plan for those languages to develop digitally. There's
Then Europe
no
will
other thing.
be fallen behind the usual.
Yes. Cross-linguality and inner representations make it as, for example, if you have in a big language family like the Niger Congo, let's say, if you have one of those languages which has a decent amount of data, then you put it inside your mix. And you hope that other languages will benefit from that, other languages from the same family. We have seen that already in I don't know, in the Latin Romance family. So that there's hope, but we are lacking data desperately. That graphic that I showed, the first one, showing how much data we have for English and how much we have for the rest.
So there's
It's
work for the linguists
completely,
to get
yeah.
this data done. Stefan, let's do the questions from the audience.
Let's do the questions from the audience.
Or maybe Christina can come up and ask on voice. Christina, if you're in a good place to ask your question now.
Hello, everyone. My question was relevant to data integrity. And as we foresee an explosion of content, how do we manage data integrity so that we can use good quality data, given that we may just as well run out of human-generated data?
This is so only by categorizing the actual data, the good data that we have, categorizing it and being able to measure if the new data in terms of integrity, it's similar to this data that we knew and that we want to keep. It's only through that we can ensure that we are not completely having it wrong. But it's a struggle. Oh, Konstantin, you're muted and I don't like it. Yeah.
One more question. So in your presentation, you have all the links. We'll distribute the deck. Everybody can go now to HPLT webpage and it has all the tools out there, right? So you can take the tool, download it, and maybe even work online in the tool. So there are tools to work with large data sets if you're building the model. What is the takeaway for the localization person if they work in a localization program? What would be the quick takeaway? What is one thing they can adopt from your bag of tricks to get stronger today?
So I think that I was saying that these tools, so either to create your own data, to annotate your own data, or to visualize your own data. And we are doing it for clients that have small amounts of data. For example, I didn't show the bilingual reports, but they also can work with little amount of data and point you to something's wrong here. So this was intended also for that. So these are tools that we develop for massive scale, but that can also be applied to small scale. And for example, this idea of seeing data through stats. I was hoping that I had that 10 years ago, in which we were treating TMXs and cleaning them, but we were not making some more in-depth analysis on the quality of the data itself. And I think that we now have the tools through LLM maybe annotation to see a much better insight of this data. So it's a message to this audience.
There's one more question from the audience that deals with intellectual property. What about intellectual property and authors' rights? How do you cope with that?
We don't claim any right on the data that we are processing. We just claim rights on the packaging and the actual processing and the enrichment that we are doing. And we offer opt-out mechanisms. We depart from Common Crawl and the Internet Archive. These are like pictures of websites and not in depth because they don't crawl in depth. They just maybe crawl homepage and something else. And of course, this is also a question that we have to ourselves. But without that, then we need to be honest, there will be no large language models today without using them. There's a lot of guardrails that we put inside the training recipe, not to memorize anything. We are just, let's say, doing the best and being very honest we can do with the current landscape that we have.
Thank you very much, Hema. We're running a bit late, so if you could stay 5 more minutes to respond to questions in chat. I know it's better for you to go and rest. You caught a flu. I hope you get better soon. And thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Today, with your help, I get like a sneak peek through the keyhole into the life of making those models that are shaking the world.
Thank you, Constantine. I will try to stay because I want to hear Fabiano. I can't miss him. So thank you, everyone, and I will answer any question that you have through the chat.
All right, a large round of applause for Hema, please, and Fabiano.
Awesome job.
Welcome.
Here comes Fabiano. Here he is. How's it going?
Hello, Gemma. Thank you for staying. I hope we won't be long, hopefully. I'll listen to your recording afterwards because we were preparing. But very exciting stuff you shared. Hi, Constantine. Hi, Stefan. How are you both?
Doing well, thank you. I'm asking, can you do it like 41, 42 minutes so that we catch up on time a little bit? Shave off 3 minutes if you can.
It's not. I'm gonna be quick.
We have a long break today, so don't worry. We'll be fine. But if you can shave 3 minutes, that will be awesome. And very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say today on ethics biases.
Thank you for letting us into this amazing program, Constantine. It's really exciting. So, hi everyone. We're here today to talk about detection and mitigation of bias in LLMs. I'm Fabiano Cid. I'm the Chief Solutions Officer at PowerLink, and I have the privilege to share this online stage with Owe, my colleague and friend. He is a machine learning engineer at Proslang, a company part of the PowerLink group. Owe, as you will see, brings the technical expertise. I bring the nosy curiosity. I've been talking about this topic. This is very dear to our heart. Owe, his PhD thesis is on bias, and I've been talking about it online at conferences. So let's see how it goes. And speaking of conferences, this next slide, I brought some of the images from a conference that I attended recently that I presented actually in California. So the two on the right, they are, as you can see, I don't know whether it's clear, but the bottom one is a prompt, exact prompt that was fed into a large LLM. And the only difference in the prompt is two little letters, F and E. So we changed from male to female, and the difference in the response from the model in regards to a suggestion for salary expectation for a certain position was a 30% difference, meaning that it suggested that the woman who was prompting asked for 280K, while the man should ask for 400K. The model doesn't know about pink text, but that's our society. Right above, we have an example of racial bias. So we're talking about gender and race. This is a project research conducted called Gender Shade, conducted by Joy Bolowini and Timnit Gebru. They are from the MIT. And they gathered a corpus of facial pictures, facial images, ranging from light-skinned men to dark-skinned women. The difference is 34.4% between the perception between the two. So they ran this corpus among most major facial recognition systems. And while the man had less than 1% error margin, the light-skinned man, the dark-skinned woman had up to 34% in error. If you remember, these are facial recognition systems used in phones, border control, law enforcement. You will understand how bias is fed into society that then feeds back into the models themselves. The last one is an interesting experiment that is happening as we speak called Wear the Pants. So a group of women who felt that their exposure in a very large social media platform, we're trying not to point fingers here, very large professional social media platform, they started doing an experiment by changing their gender markers and even their names sometimes. So Mary became Mario, and changed their description and their profile description using more male-coded text. And they saw an increase in their exposure and reach that reached up to 800%. And when faced with the data, the platform replied saying, oh no, this is the AI responsible AI person, made a statement saying our algorithm doesn't use personal information removed from the profiles, which is just another way of gaslighting these women. Again, what society has been doing for so many years. So instead of learning from its mistakes, because the problem is not that, okay, it doesn't use it, but the system is biased, and it's an opportunity for you to learn how to compensate. Because your platform has a majority of men who are producing more content, and the algorithm rewards behaviors and language that are more male coded, of course it's biased. So just learn from your errors and make it better. And this is exactly what we're doing here. Just to finalize before we go, before I hand over to Owe, again, he's going to come with a technical part. I'm going to show this is another interesting image that I brought. This is based on Kitty Bashi's article published on Eminent Magazine. And as you can see, 50%, because the internet is formed mostly of English data, 50% of LLMs, the training data for LLM is formed of English as well. And then we move on to the next 12 languages, and those 12 languages, we're talking about Chinese, Arabic, Portuguese, but 12, they represent additional 45%, which means the remaining 5% of all training data for all LLMs available today, if you follow the standard, we'll talk about it later, the remaining 5% is only available to represent close to 7,000 languages available today. So you will see the bias what it is, but then there are better ways to detect and even better to mitigate bias. So, and this is when I hand over to my friend Owe. Take over, Owe.
Thank you, Fabiano, for the wonderful introduction, and welcome everyone. And so Fabiano has given a very wonderful overview of the issue of bias and how it affects us on a daily basis. I'm going to talk a bit more about the technical nuances of bias. And to start off, we've mostly used, or many of us here, if not all of us here, have used machine translation technologies at some point. And these technologies have come a long way. They work pretty well. So I have an example here of a translation I did from English to an Akan language, which is a language from Ghana, where I am from. So we have the text his and this, which is correctly translated to Oye Arishefo. And this is decent translation. The problem arises when we do a back translation. So now we get it translated to she is and this, whilst the original input was his and this. And that's when we start to uncover some of the biases and stereotypes that are ingrained in these models. It's not just because the model often tends to prefer predicting she, because when we do it for doctor, she's a doctor, we end up getting he's a physician. So these are examples examples you may be familiar with, but these highlight the stereotypes that are embedded in some of these technologies we use on a daily. Efforts are being made to mitigate some of these biases. So if you look at languages like Finnish, Turkish, you see an active effort to mitigate these biases. The problem, however, is, and Fabiano did mention how there are disparities in languages and biases as to how languages are trained with respect to languages. We see those kind of biases playing out here as well. So if you look here, you realize that African languages, for instance, are not seeing the same level of effort being put in to mitigate some of these biases. So we see another kind of disparity of bias on that front as well. To understand this issue, I think we have to examine the core of these technologies, that's the language models themselves, and how these models encode bias. So in 2013, Word2Vec was introduced. At the time, it chalked state-of-the-art results on a lot of tasks. And the idea of Word2Vec, as you may know, is to map words to numbers. And the idea is computers are essentially calculators. They need numbers to operate. So we needed a way to transfer words or convert words to numbers. So these numerical representations were supposed to capture the semantic and syntactic properties of words. And they were static because in Word2Vec, we had a one-to-one correspondence between words and numbers. So each word was mapped to exactly one single vector representation. It worked very well. We could see very interesting properties like Paris. If you take the word embedding for Paris, you subtract the word embedding for France, add the word embedding for Spain, you get a word embedding which is very close to Madrid. So those were very interesting properties of Word2Vec. And it was the same analogy for King. So if you take the embedding for King, you subtract the embedding for man, add the embedding for woman, you got an embedding that was very close to Queen. I think in around 2016, that's when attention started being drawn to this issue. So Tolga Bolubasi published this seminal paper, Man is to Computer Programmer, whilst Woman is to Homemaker. And the idea was based on the observation that Word2Vec was exhibiting certain social stereotypes. So for instance, if you took the embedding for computer programmer, you perform the same analogy math we've been doing previously. You subtract man from it, add the embedding of woman, you got an embedding which was very close to homemaker. So that's when this issue started coming to the fore. And because it's the hands-on session, I prepared some notebooks so that those who are interested can explore these examples for themselves. I wouldn't go through, but I'll just brush over this notebook, for instance. So if we come here, this depicts the analogy I talked about earlier, where we have the embedding for Paris, minus France plus Spain, and we get an embedding. If we find the closest embedding, we get, or closest word, we get Madrid. And it's the same for woman, king, man, we get queen, and so forth. And we start to see the disparities here, or the social stereotypes at play here, where computer programmer minus man plus woman, and then we get a homemaker, housewife, graphics designer, and so forth. And this was very problematic, and we started to see a lot of attention being drawn to this issue.
Wait,
Yes.
let me just interrupt you to remind everyone, because this is a workshop. All these notebooks will be available at the end, and there is a folder with all the notebooks for you to play around, everyone. And these we will also share a list of references, further references in addition to the slides. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Owen.
Thank you, Fabiano.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
So I already talked about word2vec. The problem with word2vec, like I said earlier, and like you may already know, is the one-to-one mapping of words. And obviously, some words are polysymous, so they can have different meanings. So in the case of bank, for instance, if you take the example, Willows lie the bank of the river, we know it has a different meaning from bank that's used in the case of you open the bank account today. And we would want to assign numbers or learn representations that accurately capture the contextual nature of these instances. So that's when contextual models were proposed. So these models map each word to a unique representation based on how these words are used. BERT was a very popular example of this, and BERT worked really well to the extent that you could mask a word. So they had these special mask tokens, which were also the tokens that were used for pre-training. So it was one of the pre-training objectives of BERT. And you could generate an embedding for this mask token that could accurately predict appropriate replacements for the mask token. And again, BERT worked really well. But if you should go on Hugging Face and explore, play around with BERT, you start seeing the same kind of stereotypes at play there as well. So if you take the text or the prompt, mask is the nurse of great repute, you see a strong disparity in performance. So you see a 0.825 probability of mask being a he, as opposed to a 0.021 probability of nurse being a he. So the model is essentially saying it's 82% sure that the appropriate replacement for mask is she as opposed to he. And again, we see the complementary example here with engineer. So if you do the same thing with mask, is an engineer of great repute, you see a strong disparity there as well. This time the gender flips to correspond with that stereotype. So it's not just because the model often prefers to predict he, it's just because the model is learning those stereotypes. So we see a consistency in how these stereotypes play out in these models. And so I've talked about the static embedding models or the static language models, the contextual models, and maybe what we are more familiar with these days, the generative models. So these are essentially contextual models as well, except they are decoder based, which means they only predict the next word using the preceding context of the sentence and not the words before and after the text. So in this case, we can predict the next word using the prompt we already have. And with this, I'm also going to show an example. So this time it's using VisBet. So VisBet was proposed, I think, by researcher Jesse Vick, which was a really nice tool, which visualized the attention components of language models. So essentially how different words are interacting with each other according to a language model. And I'm going to share this notebook as well we are going to share this notebook as well. But in their tool, they realized if you took GPT-2, which is one of the very early generative models and the predecessor to the GPT models we have now, the fifth layer, the 11th attention head of the fifth layer captured the concept of gender. So if you take the text, the girl and the boy walked home, she. Obviously, she, in this case, is referencing the girl. So if you come here, if you hover over she, you realize a strong relationship with girl, as it should in this case. And if we try it for he, and we go to that same layer, layer 5, the 11th attention head, we see a strong relationship with boy. So they realized, yes, gender components were being captured there, which in this case was well and good. It started getting problematic if you gave it a very ambiguous test that tested a model for stereotypes. So in the case of the doctor asked the nurse a question, here it's ambiguous. She could reference the doctor or reference the nurse. We don't know. But if you go to the same attention head, you hover over she, you see a very strong connection with nurse. And it was the same case with he. You hover over he, you see a very strong or relatively strong connection with doctor, as opposed to how she referenced nurse here and doctor here. So this is also another confirmation. We've seen 3 different models, the same story playing out across all these 3 models. So it's not just a fluke, it's a consistent storyline. And this is because these models are reflecting society. These models are being trained on data. So the previous session touched a lot on data. And it's just telling us the conscious and unconscious biases we harbor as a society. So it's not coincidence that all these different models reflect these stereotypes in quite a consistent manner. When GPT came out, that was a couple of years ago. I was working at the university back then, and we're working on fairness and biases and all of that. So we're very interested to see if ChatGPT followed that same trend. So we did a very interesting experiment then using we know bias, we know gender kind of probe. So we gave it a prompt. The carpenter made a chair for the nurse because, and asked the model to generate different completions or appropriate completions. And we're shocked at the time that all the completions ChatGPT gave were very, very stereotypical answers. So then nurse was always, or she was always a nurse. The nurse was always of a female gender. The carpenter was always of a male gender. I did this test a couple of weeks ago, and nothing has changed actually. So we see the same results in 10 out of 10 results. Consistently, the nurse is being referenced as a she. The carpenter is mostly referenced as a he. So these are trends that still exist. Not much has changed. We'll talk about things that are changing. Indeed, ChatGPT has improved a lot in this regard. We'll show instances of this later. But these threats are still there. These are not things that are very superficial. They are quite deeply rooted in most of the systems we use. But we've talked about how these biases manifest and how we can detect various ways to detect these biases. But I think the important question, especially concerning this session, is how do we mitigate these biases? I think that's the very important question that we need to answer. And to talk about mitigation, first thing I will notice, mitigation is a very complex process. There's no silver bullet approach, and I think Fabiano will touch a lot on this later. And the appropriate mitigation technique should always be contextualized based on the use case. But in general, we have 3 main points of intervention if you look at the training pipeline of a machine learning model, where mitigation techniques can be applied. So we have in a pre-processing phase, which is the data-centric approach. This phase targets your training data, like trying to clean up the data and so forth. We had bits of that about training data in the previous session. The in-processing or the algorithmic approach tackles the training process. So mostly has to do with adding constraints to the training process to make sure the model is learning to have an appropriate behavior or to be bias-free or to have as little bias as we can afford. And the post-processing approach has to do with approaches that are applied to an already trained model. So how do we enhance these models to not portray these biases, or to how do we modify the outputs of these models to mitigate biases? One thing to note before I talk about the pre-training approaches, all of these have their advantages and disadvantages, like the resource demands needed and where it would be appropriate to use some of these approaches. But I would highlight an example of each of these. So for preprocessor, I think one very popular approach that is used is counterfactual data augmentation. The whole idea is in training, we have your model, you have your data, probably from a historical source. Let's say a software engineering firm that has historically hired mostly male software engineers and wants to automate the hiring process. If they should train a model based on their hiring patterns, it's going to reflect the stereotypes that have been ingrained in their hiring process. And if you should train a model with this, yes, the model is going to reflect exactly those. Counterfactual data augmentation has to do with trying to generate counterfactuals for each instance in your training data. So in this case, if you have a male instance, you generate a counterfactual from a complementary gender group and so forth to balance the distribution and the association between attributes and different targets. So the idea is this data is used to augment the original data, hence the name augmentation, to train a fairer model. There are nuances to this, and also there are ethical considerations that are at play here, because we should bear in mind counterfactual necessarily means you are changing the narrative. So we've had very examples of counterfactuals going wrong because you are trying to alter facts. So there are debates as to what extent reality should be altered in favor of mitigating bias and all of that. But it's an approach that works quite well. And I'll show an instance of this. I have a notebook also open. And so BERT was initially trained, and I went through BERT, showed on the Hugging Face platform the disparities it had with gender. And if we look at the notebook example here, so this is the larger version of BERT. So I initially showed the base version. We realized the same biases are at play here. If you use mask is an S of great repute, we see a strong probability that she is the replacement for mask or prediction for mask. So that's about a 90% confidence, as opposed to he having a 1% confidence, like 1.5% confidence. So that's a very huge gap. That's a very huge disparity. So I loaded the Fair NLP BERT CDA version here. So this is the fairer version of BERT trained with counterfactual examples. So this was done by Google. Google released the original BERT model, and they released the data augmented version to combat bias as well. And if we take the same example, she is a nurse of great repute, or mask is a nurse of great repute, we realize this time it drops from 90% to about 45%. So that confidence in predicting she drops quite significantly. And we realize a more equitable prediction for he now. So we have a 48% confidence, which is actually slightly even higher than female now. But the point is that the gap in confidence has reduced from 90% to 3%, or minus 3% even. So this is how effective counterfactual data augmentation can be. But again, there are limitations. It also heavily depends on the attributes and target words you include in your mitigation approach. And for the in-training approaches, I think these days preference-based learning techniques have become very popular. And DPO, for instance, has been quite successful at mitigating bias. So I think some researchers, Alam, I think just last year showed examples of how DPO can be used to mitigate biases. So the whole idea is you train the model to have a higher probability. So you give a model a prompt and you train it to prefer a more appropriate answer than a biased answer. So in training, it learns to increase the probability of generating tokens that correspond to the more appropriate answer. and have a low probability, very low probability, or as little as possible of generating tokens corresponding to the less preferred answer. And in their paper, they showed some nice results of this. If you see here, an example of intersectional bias here, where they asked the model whether they think Asian men are better at mathematics than African women. And initially, the initial model says yes, that's the case, revealing the inherent stereotype it's in Harvard, or it's Harvard. And after DPO, we see a more appropriate response from the model where it acknowledges the fact that these qualities are independent of a person's attributes or a person's demographic attributes. So this is how effective in training techniques can also be. Also, we see another example about like the competence of engineers from the US versus engineers from the Middle East. And we initially see a very biased answer, and later on a more appropriate response from the model. We talked about GPT and how it's still ChatGPT and how it still harbors a lot of, or it still depicts a lot of biases. But there are some improvements which we must acknowledge. One of the things we realized early on when we did these initial experiments with translation, we found the same patterns here. Most of the translations from ChatGPT were very stereotypical or stereotyped. Like doctor was almost always translated as he, or to go with he, and she for nurses. But we see an improvement in how these models are aligned these days. So they have a more balanced approach to how they handle some of these tasks. The last bit I'll talk about is the post-processing approach. So post-processing also, there are various recipes here. I think some of the most popular approaches are post-editing. So here it involves either manual post-editing, you have your output, you manually modify it. And I think this is becoming increasingly important, especially as we see an increasing use of large language models and automated technologies, that we are actively involved in the process. So for instance, using outputs from AI models need our intervention. We need to scrutinize these outputs and amend them if need be. And so that's it with post-editing. It could be manual, it could be automated. So there are also like automated ways of trying to mitigate biases in outputs of models. We also have prompt engineering techniques that can be used. I mean, you could prompt your model in the way that will steer it to a more appropriate behavior. For instance, using in-context learning to give it exemplars that depict how appropriate answers or how the answers should look. And we have like orthogonal projections of embeddings, for instance, where you have your numerical representation that is projected in a gender dimension. And the idea here is you remove those dimensions, or you project it away from those gender dimensions to make it orthogonal and to reduce like the similarity to the gender component. Also, I had an example of in-context learning here, just a toy example to show how effective it could be. So with a Gemma 3 model, if we would normally prompt the model to translate from Finnish, we see the same stereotypes. He's an engineer consistently. Finnish also has the gender neutral pronouns. And with in-context learning, we can depict to the model how it should do these translations. So with an example of a nurse, we can prompt the model again and we get like a more balanced response. So again, in context learning, prompting is also an art. There's no one way of doing it, but it also depends on the ultimate goal. that is thought to be achieved. And before I hand over to Fabiano, I would also want to touch again on the fact that like biases are very complex, and there's still, when I was at the university back then, we did quite some research with interdisciplinary groups, and it was always difficult to like from people from the legal departments, political science, economics, it was always difficult to come to an understanding of what bias is, even in specific domains. So I think it's important that mitigation techniques are used in a way that correspond to specific use cases, because from the experience we've had, mitigation techniques adapt differently to different domains, and the success of a mitigation technique in a specific domain wouldn't necessarily apply to another domain. So it's very important that we contextualize the use of some of these techniques in mitigating biases. So on this note, I would hand over to Fabiano again to continue with the presentation.
Thank you so much for your work. Oh, this is so fun. I hope, I'm sorry for the non-technical part of the audience like myself, but I hope it teased your curiosity and you will do some research on it. We're planning to provide as much information as possible. As I said, there is a folder with all the notebooks. We're going to list a number of references, and also there is an appendix at the end of this presentation with what is it again, Elway? Is it how to measure bias?
Yes, so we wanted to explore the quantification of bias, like techniques that have been used to try to quantify how much biases there are in models. But we put those in the appendix because we felt it was a bit disconnected from the overall team.
And we didn't have enough time.
Yes, exactly.
So if we can go, this is an exercise that I do in every presentation that we do internally. If we could get a few takeaways from the session, and you can move to the next slide, please. I would say, and you will, I just did this, okay. But if you will agree with me, I'm going to read this, even though I know this is the worst practice possible. But one of them would be that LLMs reflect societal biases captured in training corpora. We saw this at the beginning, as you remember. No silver bullet approaches to mitigate bias. Gemma was in the chat room talking about it, but they should be done to target the downstream use and domain. The third one, low indications of bias in an LLM, does not mean it's bias-free, and this is really important. So let's remember the LinkedIn thing. So let's always be suspicious of bias. And last, the most effective approach to address bias is either conscious or unconscious, is how it's engraved, but just realize it. And here I come with an anecdote about my relationship with Elway. We were in the hiring process for specifically for this project funded by the EU. It was a defense project, and we needed someone who could work from the European Union. They could not be outside of the continent. And we started pre-selecting people who were from European countries. And it was, along with other candidates, from either Africa or Asia or Latin America. And then when I started looking at we don't have enough people, and I said, why are we not contacting these people? Well, because they're not from Germany or France or the Netherlands. And I said, but they might be able to work from here, and they might even be living here for the past few years. We don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were born there or they have this non-European name, that they're not suitable for the job. Suddenly, we have a number of excellent candidates. One of them is the brilliant Ewoe, and I'm so happy because you have to constantly be checking on your unconscious bias, and this is a concept that is very dear to my heart. But yes, and having said that, I am moving forward to the questions.
Thank you, guys.
Constantine, this is good, right? We're time conscious.
Right. I see you have a couple of approaches, right? One approach is to use a model to detect and mitigate. Another is to prompt. What do you think about using the data sets like, Amazon released an open source data set for gender bias eval. Have you tried this out? Are they effective?
Yeah, so there are various benchmark data sets these days, and the problem with data sets is always they're also subjective, right? And I think there was a paper some time ago by Sunin Blodgett, stereotyping Norwegian salmons, I think, which talked about various quality issues with some of these benchmark data sets. I've not tried the Amazon one personally, but these are good to give an indication. But again, um, they are not valid. I think they are just one of the tools we should use, and we shouldn't rely on individual data sets to make very certain.
So you wouldn't trust them?
No, I would not that I wouldn't trust them. I wouldn't rely on them solely. So I
Completely,
think it should be part of the plethora of tools that we use to evaluate bias. We did a research some time ago, and we realized like uncorrelations in different techniques that are proposed to
All
measure
right.
bias.
What is the quick and dirty way for a localization person working on a localization program to quickly get a measure of how biased their website is? Maybe they have a marketing website in multiple
Yeah,
languages. What's the easiest way to do a quick scoring? Is it
yeah,
very biased? Is it a little bit biased? This could be useful, right? You're working on a program. You're thinking, okay, what do I do for this Christmas? Hey, let's do a bias evaluation. How do you do it?
yeah. So
The
for me,
easiest way.
I'm always in favor of very thorough evaluation. So like I said, the Amazon benchmark data set, for instance, is one of the available tools. And from the experience we have, the more data sets you use, the more benchmarks you use, the more evaluation approaches you use, the better your picture of bias according to a model becomes. So I would be hesitant to propose a quick fix or a quick detection approach, right? I think, but the reality is we don't always have the luxury of time, but we should be as thorough as we can. And I can't crown one benchmark as the best benchmark to use. Maybe some people have a better understanding of these benchmarks than me, but from my experience, there are so many variations that encourages the fact that we should use a wide plethora of these models instead of one. So we should be as thorough as we can. We should be as expansive as we can when it comes to using tools
So
and
no
data
quick and
sets
dirty
for
way.
no,
Nothing
no,
that they
no,
can
no quick
do
and dirty.
like this.
No, as much as we can. I don't prescribe those techniques.
Stefan,
I,
over to you.
I
Wait,
don't have
one
any.
second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Wait, do you wanna move on to the next slide just
Sorry.
before?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Stefan.
Yeah, I
Just in
just
case
wanted to
people want to.
highlight. I wanted to. There's no questions in the chat, but Fabiano shared a really great quote in the chat that I quickly wanted to highlight, and I think is maybe a perfect bow on this presentation. It's a quote by Kathy O'Neill, the author of Weapons of Math Destruction, and it says, "Algorithms are opinions embedded in code." And maybe my thought provocative question there would be, isn't it so that large language models always going to carry a measure of bias because it's virtually impossible not to have bias? Basically, anything you give an answer to might have a certain bias in them, depending on what your visions are on anything in life.
Yes, I think that's a good question, and I think that's something that I got asked a lot, especially in my research group. People weren't working on fairness. I think the problem mostly is, the first answer would be the one of the problematic things was the level of disparities we were seeing, like 90% confidence against like 1.5% confidence. And that was the problem. I mean, for some purposes, definitely we'll just have one prediction for the mask label, right? But we want to reduce the disparity in those predictions. So I think the idea is to minimize it within an acceptable threshold, which is subjective. I think there are rules of thumbs in some domains as to do that. Secondly, we've seen improvements, like with the ChatGPT example I gave. At some point, it was a doubt, okay, can these things be achieved? Can these things be achieved? But we've seen certain improvements in how these models, we've seen clear progress in how these models have been encouraged to be less biased. But I think so far as the training data reflects our biases as a society, there would be a level of, and this is just my opinion though, there would be a level of bias that would consistently remain in these models. Maybe they'll be more subtle, less obvious, but I think once the root cause is still unaddressed, would have these issues.
And in terms of multilingual, we talked about language, the language divide earlier. Gemma mentioned the difficulty of finding good African corpora. There's some interesting, I can also add this list, but there's some very interesting initiatives shaping multilingual AI. Mansal, LLM, Vani, America's NLP, Mozilla, and the winner of someone who's doing a great job as well, Sharif Isaka. He is not, it's just not research. I remember having a conversation with him at the conference, and he said, as we were talking, he said, "Oh, I run the African Labs," and the person asked, "Is this a nonprofit?" He said, "Why do you always think African projects are built for charity?" No, it's a profitable project based in New York, I have a team in Africa, and we're doing great using African languages and building African language LLMs. So yeah, I think there's some very interesting initiatives happening at the moment that it's just being aware of them.
Yeah. Constantine, do we have
We
time
need
for
a
one
5
more
minutes break.
question?
It was supposed to be 15 minutes break, but now we have 5.
All
Take
right.
a deep
Wait,
breath, relax. In 5 minutes, we'll start, maybe 6, 7 minutes, something like that. We'll start the innovation showcase with many presentations of GenAI first systems developed after the boom of ChatGPT, moderated by Jurek Sesilski and Dave Rain.
awesome.
Before we go, there are a couple of questions in the chat if you want to answer
Yeah.
them. There's one
Okay.
from Gemma.
But
Yes.
maybe
I don't know
in
if we
chat
have
so that
time.
people can
Okay.
take a
Chat,
break,
Okay.
right, guys?
All right.
yes.
Okay. Sure.
And Jill, let's put up a timer for the break, like 6 minutes.
Is this a break
It
we're
sounds
bringing?
good.
We're bringing Elizabeth in, or that's for the next break?
No, I think
I know
we'll
she's
just
been
take 5 minutes. We need to
awesome.
disconnect from the computer for 5 minutes.
All right. I'm taking a potty break too.
Hello, everyone. So we are on a 5-minute break. Everyone, for those of us just joining in, we're on a 5-minute break. Well, coming down to about a 2-minute break. So we're coming to the end. And our next session is the Innovation Showcase. So thank you all for joining. Thank you all who are joining just in right now. We're going to start up in about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
All right, everybody trickling in, slowly but surely. Constantine, did you make it back?
Question
Here's
is,
my
did they make it the journey?
okay, good. There's my good friend
Hello,
Jurek
everybody.
Sisielski. How are you, Mister? How's things
Very
in
good.
Belgium?
Very good, sir. How about you? How's
All
everything?
right. A bit cloudy and rainy here in Texas, unfortunately.
Stefan was summarizing all night, and he has put a wonderful recap of the first day on LinkedIn. So if you want to catch up on some presentations that you missed yesterday, be sure to read some of Stefan's summaries. I think they're pretty spot on. Stefan, I used to summarize better than ChatGPT. Now you're doing it better than me.
Well, thank you
I'm
very
jealous.
much. It is a brutal. You put me on a brutal schedule. I ran the night shift for the GenAI in localization conference, and now I'm in the morning shift right away as well here in Texas. I'll put the link in the chat again. If you go there, all I ask for is a quick like so other people can see the summary as well. So here goes.
All right, here goes. Jurek, Dave, what are we expecting today? I am gearing up for the show. I have my popcorn back on the sofa.
You should, because this is going to be good.
All right.
Scattered showers, sunny intervals. That's what you can expect.
All right, welcome everybody. I will ask the following question only once. Can you see my screen? Then we are good to go. Welcome everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to the Innovation Showcase at the GenAI Localization Conference at Custom.MT. The topic of this session will be centered around a very hot topic, the TMS of tomorrow.
Hey, Jurek. Hi, everybody. Good to be here. Are TMS is still around after all this time? Is my first question.
That is a very good question, Dave. And the answer would be yes, they are still around. As a matter of fact, they are still the beating hearts in enterprise localization and LSPs. But of course, we must acknowledge that a lot is changing. And that is exactly what we want to map out today.
Yeah, so how's this going to run? We'll hear from 11 innovators. Each will pitch their ideas for 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Yes, to the second. You can count if you want. Then we will ask you a poll question about the innovation you saw. This isn't a competition, but you can give your opinion. So you'll have that opportunity. How else can you give your opinion? If you have questions, put them in as the innovator is pitching, and then we'll pick it up. And if we have time, we will ask it in their block. So we're going to rotate through all 11 innovators over the next couple of hours. We'll go fast. So get your questions into the event tool as they're pitching. Also good to say this question is for A or this one for B. So being a little specific helps us direct your question correctly. That reminds me, My neighbor asked me for a lift this morning. I told him he looked great.
You're already at it, right? Very nice.
Hey, you know, you can also vote down the dad jokes or vote them up if you want. What are we going to see, Jörg?
Well, while I'm exposing the lineup for today, 11 speakers, as you mentioned, I can already say that we will have the presentations in 3 groups: the niche solutions, the pragmatic thinkers, and the TMS killers. The niche solutions, those are the guys that have developed very elegant solutions for very complex problems. The pragmatic thinkers are the guys who think out of the box. And the TMS killers, they sound scary, but they are ready to kill our industry's 30 years technological legacy.
Well, let's see if it meets that standard, that expectation. Oh, by the way, we're your hosts today. This is Jörg over there. He is the TMS guy.
I am the TMS guy indeed, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dave as my co-host. Dave is the brains behind LogWorld's Process Innovation Challenge, so he recognizes innovation when he sees it.
Well, let's get this innovation showcase going and see if we can figure out what the TMS of tomorrow will look like, or indeed not look like, maybe, right? Speaking of innovation, what do you call an innovative scissors?
That is a very good question. I think, as I mentioned, that coming up with very complex or very elegant solutions to complex problems, that is what we want to tackle. That is what we want to show in this block of our presentation.
Oh, what do you call an innovative scissors? You don't know, right? Cutting
We'll
edge
see.
technology.
Cutting edge technology, yes, of course. And I mean, solving something very complex is, of course, something that can be rolled up in something bigger, in something more complex, in something more generic. And that's exactly what our innovators are about to show.
That's very profound. And I like the way you've moved us on to the show. So quick summary of what we're going to see in the first group.
Absolutely. We have something very amazing lined up for you today. We have one model that does quality estimation as well as automated post-editing. We have LLMs that speak terminology. We have a software-oriented LLM translation implementation. And finally, we have a very nice hybrid human versus AI workflow that summarizes survey data. That being said, Dave, I think we're ready to rock and roll.
Excellent. Who's first up?
I would like to call Maciek to the stage. Maciek, if you're there, please turn on your camera. Please turn on your mic. You will talk about one model to rule the workflow. You are representing a company called Big Language Solutions, which means that we have very big expectations. If you're all ready for it, Maciek, the floor is yours.
Welcome from my side. Can you hear me well?
All good.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much for having me. I'm here to present my innovation showcase, one model to rule the workflow, disrupting quality estimation and automated post-editing at scale. Let's talk about the before state. Currently, multiple LSPs here in this conference, they have a very fragmented AI workflow with machine translation, quality estimation, and automated post-editing systems, sometimes powered by large language models. They are living in their separate ecosystems. This creates a sequential workflow where we have added latency and complexity to it. At the same time, we have quite the operational overhead where these systems are requiring substantial maintenance. This is multiple deployments, monitoring loops, evaluation cycles, and retraining cycles. These systems are typically also trained on different training data sets, which leaves them exposed to quality blind spots. And then finally, all of this is happening while the content to localize is rising. Next slide, please. And so here we are presenting our approach, which has been inspired by the recent release from ByteDance. ByteDance has released a model this year where they are following the unified approach to releasing multimodal models. We are following the same approach. So here we have one model, 2 tasks, real impact. where we have collapsed the QE and APE into one model. Essentially, the way it works is the model first estimates the quality of the machine translation output. It either outputs post-edition is needed, yes or not, and then if it's needed, then outputs a better improved translation. So here we have direct in-model post-editing, and in doing so, the model switches into the role of a workflow orchestrator and can be deployed to estimate the quality for whether raw MT can be released, or we need post-editing, or we need additional QA. Next slide, please. Here, let's talk about a little bit about the architecture of this approach. We have 4 logical layers. So we have the prompt construction layer, where we are concatenating the source and the machine translation hypothesis into the model input. This happens on the prompt level. Then we have the 2 logical layers. One is for internal reasoning, where the model learns internal representations and is making assessments for quality for editing triggers. Then we move on to the binary decision for edit or no edit, so where the model is making a decision to post edit yes or no. And then finally, we are leveraging a pre-trained decoder, which generates the improved translation in the autoregressive manner. This work is based off of Qwen with certain adjustments to account for the edit reasoning and edit decision layers. Next slide, please. And here the results. Here we have the results. This work has been tested on 28 language pairs. And so first assessment is whether the decision to post edit yes or no is correct. And so the model has a precision of 94%. So if we make a decision to post edit, it is correct on 94% of the times on this test data set. What is slightly lagging behind is the recall, 70%. So we still miss some of the work that actually needs post edition. When we talk about the quality estimation output, how are we doing to predict how well the quality is? We have a Pearson coefficient at 57, so it slightly lags behind the legacy XLMR models, and we would like to improve it going forward. And then finally, for ABE, we have seen improvements in 23 language pairs out of the 28. And so these are, we have on average 80 blue points improvement. And if we remove the language pairs that are underperforming, we have a total improvement of 12 blue points. Next slide, please. Can we move into the demo? So it is the final. Okay, so let's play the demo. This is the model deployed here with the UI. We see in the source sentence a German sentence. The documents have to be submitted by Friday. And as a machine translation hypothesis, we have a complete mistranslation. The sentence means in German, I'm going to a supermarket. And then the model is tasked to recognize that this hypothesis is a complete mistranslation. So hopefully it's going to output that post-edition is needed. It's going to output the quality estimation score, which is inverted. So this will be normalized edit distance. So the lower, the better. So the higher, the worse. So it should be quite high, right? Since this is a mistranslation and the target is English. So it should output the correct translation for the English, in English, like, so let's see what the model does. And in fact, it did output the correct translation in English. The documents must be submitted by Friday. And let's now check how the model performs on this reference. So if it's going to say we are good to go, if post edition is needed, yes or no. And now, in fact, we see that no post edition is needed. Then let's try out the other language direction. It will be English into German. And then here I am showcasing a different use case for this model. This is to auto-repair or auto-complete fuzzy matches. So sometimes we are quite correct. So that fuzzy match is quite high, but maybe there is like one word that is off. So the model is also able to repair this too. So here I'm changing Friday to Thursday in German. And then let's see if the model is able to pick up on this. And in fact, we see that it has been changed. The Thursday has been changed back to Friday as it's supposed to. Now I am going to put in different target languages. I think it will be Korean, Japanese, and Chinese simplified, since these are the language pairs that have had the strongest improvement as a result of this fine-tuning. We see also Japanese, and we'll see also the Chinese simplified output. And each time we are getting the information that post-addition is needed, which is correct and true, and then an improved translation. Here, the benefit of this work is that we are able to merge multiple domains into one model, which really simplifies the workflow. This is therefore the title of the presentation: One Model to Rule the Workflow. Now let's come back to the penultimate slide, the slide before. So here, what we would like to focus on in our future work is most definitely to improve the recall value. Here there are two approaches. One is to increase the decoding temperature, and currently the model is quite conservative in its prediction. So with increasing of the temperature, we will be taking those less probable hypotheses from the decoding. The another approach here is to have a different loss function. It will be a symmetric one, following approaches from reinforcement learning. The other outlook for this work is that we would like to deploy this model as part of our platform release. Big Language is currently working on releasing a platform called Language now for instant translation. And then here we would like to deploy this model as a workflow orchestrator. It also would be interesting to leverage this model in different scenarios. Here we are looking into context-aware style-specific generation. We can, as the context window is growing of those open source models, we are able to put in even more information to the prompt, and we would like to extend this fine-tuning by larger prompts. And then finally, the deployment should work in a way where we are able to have a feedback loop, a continuous feedback loop, and retrain the model based on the real data from the workflow. And with that, I'm at 8:30 and would like to, and I'm open for questions.
Well done. That's fantastic job. Nache, like it's not a small task you're trying to solve there. You're bringing lots of things together under one umbrella. Propose and do machine translation, quality estimation, and automatic post editing. One model to rule the workflow. Well, will you succeed in your quest, or will it be Mount Doom for you? That's the question I have.
Was that a Lord of the Rings reference, Dave?
Yeah, sorry, no. I just think it's a great solution and could help remove errors from the process, with maybe the ultimate goal of none shall pass. Sorry, I had to do it. Yeah, had to do it. Anyway, swiftly moving on. Well done again. We're going to launch a poll. So this is the audience's turn to get involved here. So you should see a poll popping up here. And we have a question there. Interested in using the presented solution in your daily work, please get involved. It's your chance to give some viewpoints. So you've three choices. We've kept it simple and fast. Absolutely, sooner the better. Yeah, I'm triggered, but not entirely convinced as yet. And no, it's not relevant to my daily work, at least at the moment. So yeah, we'll let that run for another 10 or so seconds. Meanwhile, we have a question for you, which let's go into. And this is from Yulia, and her question is that she has heard often before that LLMs work better when they're assigned one specific task. So QE with one large language model, post editing with another one, instead of multitasking. So QEP with a single LLM. What's your view? Is it proven not to be that case, or what are your thoughts?
I agree with this approach. I think this is my opinion. So this is, I think, opinions which were relevant like 1 year ago and 2 years ago, where we first had the LLMs. Currently, this approach is inspired by the ByteDance release, where they are following unified AI mod. So they have merged image, text, and video into one model. And then we are following the same approach here for the localization tasks. And we believe that the current updated transformer architectures are able to take this work.
Yeah, we have another question just in. A quick answer on this, if you would. How does it fare in terms of languages from different language families, like Turkish to Western languages like English or German? Thanks,
That's also a
Denise.
very good question. Again, as the decoder or the pre-trained aspect here, we have used a leverage Quen, which is heavily biased towards the Asian languages. So we have seen the two, Russian and Polish, are underperforming. I don't think we have tested on Turkish, but it really depends on the pre-trained part, how well the languages are represented. And if languages are underperforming, we can continue pre-training of the decoder to have a better linguistic features, in this case for Turkish.
Excellent. Jurek, we have some results in from the question.
Maciek, people are triggered but not yet entirely convinced. Take this as confirmation from the field that you're doing the right thing. And you have entered a very competitive space. We have some big names in there, Modelfront, Taos, and I'm curious to see how you're going to attack them and how you're going to do things differently. Thank you very much for your pitch. Thank you very much to the audience for your questions. What a way to kick off the session. Dave, shall we move on?
Absolutely.
All right.
Who's next up?
Next up, we have Klaus. And for the people who know Klaus, Klaus has terminology for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Is going to show tag, not rag. Tag, it's not a typo. Klaus, we can't wait for you to do your pitch. Please take it away.
Sounds great. And I brought my universal clicker. I hope, Dave, you have the recipient installed on your side. So let's test it. Let's click, go to the next slide. Right, so what I'm talking about is the still unresolved issue of terminology in both machine translation and LLM translation. I'm not sure that exists yet. So when I was preparing for this slide, I thought of my translation training because that was actually an example I got, I think 5 or 6 years ago when I was in university, that this is a very problematic headline of a newspaper because it could mean, of course, that we're talking about pieces of hardware. It could also mean something entirely different, and I will leave that up to your imagination to figure out what that is. I agree you would probably want a comma in front of bolts. So what is the problem here? Well, in terminology, sometimes we have contextual issues. The preferred term could depend on the context. We could have homonyms or homographs, if you want to be very precise. So the same word could mean different things. We could have unclear equivalence, so it simply doesn't exist one-to-one in a different language. And of course, the problem that we see increasingly now is the, let's say, rogue or uncontrolled use of LLM, that just somebody in the organization, randomly uses an LLM to do some translation. And we think terminology can solve all of these things. Thank you for the great clicking work. And we call that tag, as you already mentioned, Jurek, terminology augmented generation. And it's based on 3.5 principles. One is that terminology has a very structured metadata model. So we know exactly where we can find what information in the term base. We can also retrieve it very precisely. Terminology has been around for 30 years or even longer, so we know how to get exactly what we want out of the term base. And we can optimize the output formats because we saw in our research that it is a big difference if you just dump XML into an LLM as context, or you give lightly structured data, or you give just prose. So how does it work if we look at the whole thing? Imagine you have a translation environment on the one hand side and your term base on the other. How do you connect those two if you want to work with an LLM? So the translation environment obviously would call the LLM for a translation, but the LLM then has what is called an MCP server attached to it. That is pretty new. Well, in AI, it's not that new. It's a year old. And the MCP server actually has a set of tools that it knows it can call. So the LLM, for example, if you want to translate something, it will automatically call a feature called translate or find translations or something like that. And it will in turn call our tag functionality, which then does the retrieval of the terminology. And the interesting thing is that part is configured by the linguist. So we don't have to explain the IT people what they have to do to get the right stuff out of the term base. And of course, with that, we get the correct context and we can produce better translations. So let's look at some examples. The first one is we have done a translation using some NMT engine or whatever, and we want to fix the terminology. So what you see here is is Trado Studio, and we have source left, target right. Probably you all know that. We have had a checking feature for the longest time. So if you can run the video, we're going to run a term check, and it is going to bring a few issues with this text. The last one, I'm going to start bottom up. The last one is actually pretty simple to fix. The translator said leaning protection, but in the term base it says lean protection feature, so that you don't lean against a drawer and it opens without you wanting it. We can just simply replace that. That's not a problem. If we go to the previous one, we will see that actually is a little bit more problematic because here we have translated as silently and effortlessly. The term base says soft and effortless, so we can't simply search and replace it because it would screw up the Lee part of it. Gerundium, I think it's called. I don't know. And here we have yet another problem because this term here, flaps, klappen in German, that is actually forbidden. It's a rejected term, but the allowed term depends on the context. Because, and I mean, this is furniture terminology. I don't want to explain the details, but the lift system is preferred in a specific context. Wall cabinet front is preferred in yet another context, or wall cabinet is preferred in yet another context. And in German, it's all the same. It's not so detailed in German. So we can now use AI to actually fix that, and we can use tag to actually fix that because, as I said, tag passes along the metadata as well. So it actually knows the context and it can automatically fix it. So we call a function here in our software that's called batch AI replace. It does all the replacements. You can now say great. Or if you want to be a little bit more reasonable, you say, okay, let me see what you changed. So we actually preview all the changes, and you can see that it suggests changing flaps to wall cabinet covers because that is what matches the specific context in this particular case. And then, of course, the silently to softly change, that is quite simple for a language model to do. So that was one use case. Let's look at the next use case, if we can jump on. The second one is, well, can't we get this right from the start? Why do we have to fix it afterwards? Can't we get it right? So I prepared a few interesting sentences. You have to understand German maybe a little bit to understand it. But basically, we have the problem here with the machine distributor, because the machine distributor can be a person or it can be a piece of hardware. Neural machine translation got it wrong. It translated both the same way. But if we now use tag, again, we pass on the metadata and it realizes, oh, the first time it's actually a piece of hardware, so it's a Verteiler. And in the second time, it's actually a person or a company. It's the distributor that I need to call. And it knows that because it gets the metadata from the term base. So if I look up this term, machine distributor, in the term base that was connected to this plugin, I can see in this case we have two concepts. We have one that is the component. There's actually a typo in the definition, but that doesn't really matter to LLMs. And then this one is the person or the company that's actually doing the selling. And just by adding that little bit of information, that one definition, we can fix it. Or a more technical thing, for example, the word insulation is a problem in German because we translate it differently depending on whether it's electrical or heat insulation. And of course, with tag, we can also solve that. So here we passed it to an LLM. The LLM called MCP, and MCP retrieved it from the terminology. And with that, we got it right, that we translated it as Isolierung in the first place and Dämmung in the second place. I think we can jump over the term-based entry and go directly to the third one, if you can jump to. Yep, thank you. So this is also actually very interesting in companies. I see this coming up all the time now, that people, they have some AI tool now and they just do a rogue translation. So they just ask an LLM to translate. So I have an example here on the next slide. This is just an LLM studio, and I'm going to ask it to do a translation, which again is problematic. What we have here is we have the word Schraube in German, which in English is either a bolt or a screw, depending on what you do with it, actually. And here again, we now send this to an LLM, translate German to English. So I'm whatever employee in a company that wants to write this in an email, or I don't know. And with tag, we can actually, again, get it right because we retrieve two concepts from the term base. We retrieve concept number 3455 plus, and this is the key again, plus the definition. This time it's actually all in one concept, but it has two translations with the usage note. So that's also possible that we pass this usage note, and with that, we get it right. I do have one more sample, but I think let's jump on for the sake of time so that I can stick within my timing. We did some evaluation actually on real texts from a customer. So the ones you just saw were obviously intentionally kind of fake, but this was real tests, and you can see how it performs as opposed to, machine translation with glossary, without glossary, and then the normal, why does it say GTP? That's interesting, because that shouldn't be. I didn't do a term check on that slide, apparently. And we have it without tag, with tag, and then also different models with tag. So you can see that we actually elevate term adherence from, I don't know, 65% if you have no glossary at all, or machine translation with glossary, we still manage to elevate it by 5%. Might not sound like a lot. In 100 segments, you'll have 5 mistakes, but if you have 1,000,000 segments, that's quite significant. So we're getting better and better. And actually, for German into Czech, we're even better. And this was not faked data. This was actual customer projects for these evaluations. And that brings me to my last slide, because you asked me to also talk about what is the tech behind the solution. So the main thing, of course, is our terminology platform. We do have QuickTerm, which is our leading terminology platform that has been around for quite a while. And the second component in there is a module we call AI Pro. That basically contains tag, this functionality to configure exactly what should be retrieved and what should be returned. And it contains our MCP server, which is currently in beta. And the Studio plugin you saw, the one that does the AI translation, that's actually still a prototype. And it would be interesting, I think, to do the additional integrations, maybe directly into a machine translation engine. So if there are any in the audience, would be interesting to add this automatic disambiguation of homonyms, for example, to machine translation engines. And that's the end of my presentation. I forgot to start my timer, so sorry. But I think
I did start it for you. Yeah, nice
you would
job.
have stopped me, I know.
Well done, Klaus. Great to see you on another innovation platform. I love the image of the guy running away from the laundromat. I was wondering, did he make a clean escape?
I don't know. I forgot the content of the news article that was below it, but I love that headline. I'm sure you got the pun.
Very good. Yeah, what do we learn? I learned a year old is not new. Haven't we become so normalized to the rate of change of things, folks? Learned not to lean against a drawer. Thanks for that. And a screw could be a bolt.
Yes, it could. In German, it's the same thing.
Interesting.
I've learned based on the demos that Klaus is not planning to kill Trados.
No. We want to improve it.
Absolutely.
Well, isn't this the kind of interest in innovation as well, Jörg, where, it's an innovation that existed to a large degree many years ago. So it's a reinvention of the application of a solid innovation in the face of new tech that comes out, which I just love that. And by the way, anyone who's connected on Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is just radio waves repurposed for high-speed data. Just saying. So we have a question in. Yeah, right. We have a question in which we'll take from Ahmed. And his question is, he's saying, there is no TM connected to this. Is that the case?
That is, yep, sorry.
And it only depends on AI-assisted translation in addition to the terminology database.
Very interesting question, actually. So yes, in this demos, I just ran the pre-translation through a machine translation engine. It would be, of course, very interesting to also connect translation memories to this technology. But, my presentation is about terminology, as I am a terminology aficionado, as you said, and I put there. So this was only about terminology, but it would, of course, be possible to use MCP servers and plug translation memories into, I don't know, some co-pilot that does translations. I don't know, maybe Luis will talk about that later.
Yeah, keep online and you'll find out. Hey, there are other questions in there. And Klaus, I'll maybe ask you to answer those in chat so that we can get your poll going. So thank you, everybody, for that. It's fantastic. It's great to get the questions in. So let's see if we have a poll that we can run real quick here. Yeah, let's see. So similar idea. Quick question for you all. Give us a few seconds of your time, if you would. Will the presented solution break through in the language technology space? So do you see it as breakthrough? Yes, it's only a matter of time, or second option is perhaps, but it won't happen tomorrow. No, I don't think so. It's not going to happen. So who are the naysayers? Get your vote in. If you're positive about this, same deal. Give it another few seconds. Jörg?
Absolutely.
Any thoughts? We'll stop that now and share the results so you can have a look at it.
Yes, it won't be long before it breaks through. Seems to be the clear answer to this poll. Thank you very much, Klaus. This basically confirms that terminology is more relevant than ever despite all the AI turbulence. Very good job. Very interesting pitch. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Dave, shall we continue with our next innovator?
We keep going. We're not stopping. Let's go. Who's next?
Here we are. We have Milan and Olivier from Lingoport, another niche solution. This one is going to be interesting. This one is centered around software development. Software-oriented solutions are actually a big part of the TMS market. You have names like Crowdin, Localize, they keep on growing. There has been some M&A, Transifex, Rigi, Phrase, and so on and so forth. So this pitch is going to be very, very relevant. Milan, if you're there, the floor is all yours.
Great. All right, so our demonstration is going to be about bringing LLM-centric translations to software localization. Next slide, please. The main problem we're trying to solve is that when creating multilingual software, you have UI designers involved, that's one team. Then you've got a development team, and then you have a localization team. So these are three steps that are not well connected. It's kind of a workflow approach, one step at a time. Instead, what our goal will be is to connect design, development, and localization so that those three work in locksteps. We can have continuous translations and localization so that multilingual applications can be deployed with very quickly and no lag with the localization piece. But in order to be able to solve that, one, we want to be able to start localization early in Figma. And additionally, we need to solve the problem of delivering translations quickly. So we're looking at LLMs because they are fast and they're cheap. This is the pressure in the industry all the time. But the difficult problem is to also have quality translations. Software strings are short. Sometimes they're only one word. There is no context around it. How can we get it right? Traditionally in the industry, you need to have a human seeing a screenshot, or maybe the running application can be used for testing. So there's a human in the loop that brings both cost and slows down the process. So let's go now to our demo, and we'll show you an alternate way of doing that using the LLMs. Okay, here we have my colleague Olivier presenting. I'm going to talk over him. This is an illustrative example of how to use prompting for LLM-based translations. And we will be sending translations either directly to an LLM, or it can be sent to a TMS that already has an LLM or a GenAI type of translation as part of the workflow. So first, we're going into a prompt repo. The prompt repo shows that we've used ChatGPT as our LLM, and we have 4 source words. Let's take a look at what those source words are. We've picked up also the hardware store example, like previous presenter. We have 2 coats and 2 washers. These can mean different things, even though the context is a hardware store. A coat can be something you wear, or it can be a coat of paint. A washer is a washing machine, or it's a nut and bolt. So what we will do is we'll be using prompting. We start with using a system prompt with ChatGPT, and we want to start with a very basic one. Basically, let's just say that we want to translate from this locale as a source to this other target locale. Once the system prompt is set, then every connection that is using the LLM is going to be using this. Our first experiment is going to see what the LLM gives us as translations for these 4 strings. The translations are now being sent through Localizer to ChatGPT. In a moment, we're going to see that they come back. Yes, they did. They're 100%. It's in green. and we have sent them only to French as one locale to make this demo a little bit shorter. We're going to see what the results are. So we go into our repository. Translations were directly deposited, including string IDs in there. And we will open Kit 1, which is our first test. And we see that instead of a translation, actually, we have some long text here. And it says that, well, code could refer either to a layer of paint or a finish. So rather than a translation, what the LLM did is it's hesitating on what it is, and it has produced its thinking rather than a translation. So this is clearly not what we want. So we will go and we will update our prompts. Maybe our prompting was not clear enough. We need to indicate that we really want a translation. This is for UI strings. So let's put something more specific in here. And what we will say is that special considerations for software UI is that it should be brief. Brevity is important. And also we want clarity over creativity. And please return a translation, but not an explanation. All right. Our second experiment is going to be using this more specific prompt. We are sending that to translation again, and we will see what the results are. The results have come back. French is in green. Now we need to go and pick up those translations, which is translation kit number 2. We open it up. We have individual words, which is good. We've much improved. However, both types of code have been translated the same way. It's couche for a coat of paint, which is correct, but a coat that you wear should actually be manteau in French. And then looking at a washer, if it's a washing machine, that should be lave-linge in French. But a nut and bolt kind of washer is a rondelle, that's correct. So we get single word translations, but we were not able to get context-specific, accurate translations, which is a big problem for software. So where our innovative solution comes is going to be with a different kind of prompting. We are going to go and add our prompts. You can see that there was also a project prompt that said this is a hardware store. But even that was not sufficient because you can have 2 kinds of coats and 2 kinds of washers at Lowe's and other hardware stores. Instead, we need to put string level prompting. So we open the first string, which is coat. This one is about a coat of paint. We're associating with that an image as a prompt. It's a visual prompt. This is how humans identify how to translate strings. The second one is a coat to wear. If a human would see a UI with that, would know how to translate it. And now we're checking that we have all 4. We have a washing machine. We also have a nut and bolt as context. So this is our last experiment here. And we are going to go back into Localizer, send those to translations. Translations have come back for French, and we will want to see what those are. Opening now translation kit 3, which is the result of the last experiment. We have couche for coat of paint, manteau for the one you wear, lave-linge for the machine washer, and then the nut and bolt kind of washer is rondelle. So the LLMs has gotten this correctly without requiring a human in the loop with this solution. So this shows that how prompting can work well with LLMs, and we can have more accurate translations. We can also have speed and cost improved, and we're getting reliable quality. This solution makes it possible for our other goals with connecting design, development, and localization all in locksteps and continuous. So our larger solution is Figma to Dev. In Figma to Dev, designers create UI layouts in Figma.
That's good to wrap.
Yes?
Yeah, we're running out of time, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. But basically, you can see that the visual context is taken. Localizer will send the visual context alongside the string to any translation that has LLMs directly or through a TMS. And then it brings them back immediately to the designers and also puts them directly in developers' repos with string IDs automatically in there. And if there is a human in the loop, then the updated translations will be delivered back immediately and overwrite the previous translations. That's it.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Milan. A lot going on there. Nice and niche as well. And is software localization making a comeback? Some would say it never went away. Good to see some property files in there as well. You'd really need to have had your morning coffee to see what was going on there, right?
That was a Java joke, Dave.
That was a Java joke. Sorry. Swiftly moving on. Sorry you had to listen to that, Milan. Let's launch a poll and see what the audience say. And maybe they've had their cup of joe. So, question for the audience. How ready do you think the industry, localization and language services, is for real-world deployment of the presented solution? Yeah, fully ready, not ready, but we could do it, we need it. And last option, not ready at all. So we'll give you a few more seconds. And thanks everyone for clicking, getting involved here. It's great. A few more seconds. Okay, great. And there's the results. Jurek and Milan.
All right, this is amazing. And this is exactly what I thought. Not ready, but this is exactly what our industry needs. And yes, I would fully agree. I think a lot of people tend to overlook that LLMs can process a lot more modalities than just text. Images is one of them. And this is exactly what we need to optimize our software localization processes. But is our industry ready for it? Is every LSP ready for it? I'm not sure. So I would fully agree with our audience is saying. Thank you, Milan. That was a very clear demo, clearly showing the problem, clearly showing the results. Thank you very much. All right. And then I think we have one more niche solution to go. I would like to welcome to the stage Katie, Mark, and Pablo from Multilingual Connections. This pitch is not going to be about a niche discipline, so not QE, not terminology, not software. This is going to be about a niche content type, survey data. MLC team, whenever you're ready for it, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jurek. Thank you, Dave, for having us. So my name's Katie Bauman. I'm the managing director of Multilingual Connections. We're a medium-sized LSP just outside of Chicago, where it's currently -10 Celsius. Yay for us. And this presentation will be about how for one of our clients specifically, we used AI to expand the scope of services that we offer them. So moving from just translating their survey responses to data quality analysis. Before we dig into the technical details, I just want to take a moment to talk about how we got here, give a little bit of context. I've worked at Multilingual for about 10 years. In that time, I've watched us transform from a language school actually to an LSP. Right now, we're specializing in a few market client types. For this one, for this presentation, I'll focus on just one, which is market research. And so one of the themes to our growth over this time has been saying yes to our clients, even when we aren't sure where it's going to take us. So we've been providing translations and transcriptions for market researchers and academic researchers for several years. And then we started getting requests from some of our clients to provide research moderators in other languages. And so after explaining to them for a while, oh, this isn't what we do, we don't offer that service, we decided to figure out how to do it. And so once we did that, it led us to add more and more services for this client type, including the service I'll talk about now. Next slide, please. So we have a client, Quester is their name. They're a market research company. They perform qualitative research using open-end surveys, so as opposed to multiple choice surveys. So we translate their surveys into foreign languages, and then we translate their survey responses back into English so they can do their analysis. We've had a lot of conversations with them. We saw them at conferences. Basically, we listened to them, and in these conversations, we learned that they had a problem. And what was the problem? The problem was bad data. Next slide, please. In open-end surveys, it's not uncommon for anywhere between 10 to 50% of survey responses to be bad data. And you can see on the slide here some examples of bad data. There are many ways to game a market research survey, and usually the motivation is just to get a $10 gift card or some similar sort of incentive. So people use AI to generate fake responses, they answer multiple times, they respond with nonsense, among other things. And so Quester needs to identify and remove this low quality data before they perform their analysis for their end client. So for foreign language surveys, Quester was translating all of their responses to English, and then they were identifying and removing the bad responses. This was leading to unnecessarily high translation costs and timelines. Next slide, please. So we proposed a solution. Using a part human, part AI approach, we clean the data directly in the foreign language, and then we translate only the good responses. So this gives them a more cost-efficient and a faster solution. Our process you can see on the screen here. It's a hybrid human AI workflow. It's based in N8N. It also uses Google Sheets and Google Apps Scripts. First, automated pre-processing of the data. So for example, removing HTML code, structuring it in a JSON format for the AI workflow. Step 2, this is the AI step. This is actually composed of multiple different AI processes. They're all based on flagging the different types of bad data. The responses are given a range of scores using a weighted system. Around 50 to 60% of all the responses are automatically approved or automatically rejected by the AI. The next step, third step on the screen, the gray area responses, the remaining ones, are flagged for human review. So an expert human linguist with experience in market research goes in, reviews those responses, and codes them accordingly. Then the approved responses, the good ones, are translated to English. And then depending on the project, this could be MTPE or fully AI. So far, we've done MTPE for this. And lastly, everything's combined into a final deliverable. Next slide, please. So now I'll go a little bit more in depth into the AI step of this workflow. After we prepare the data, step 1, an AI agent analyzes the responses and provides the top 3 most likely codes for each response and for each respondent or set of responses. It uses linked documentation to make these decisions. And you can see the codes on the right side of the screen here. Keep is obviously the code for the good responses, and then there's a number of different options for bad data. One thing to note in this step and in others, an output parser has been key to getting consistent answers. Step 2, we use AI to analyze each response for semantic similarity with the question, or in other words, we're checking for relevance of the response to the question to eliminate nonsense answers. Step 3, we use AI to check for features of AI-generated language. So, for example, a very formulaic structure, highly consistent grammar, no personal details, overly polished impersonal tone. Step 4, we use short-term memory tools and, again, semantic similarity analysis, and an AI agent checks for duplicate responses across the whole batch. And then lastly, an AI agent refines the bad codes for each rejected response, so it makes a final decision on which bad codes should be used. And this is using historical examples. Next slide, please. After all of these processes, we end up with lots and lots of data for each respondent, and we need to get a final score. So all of these data points receive different weights. The initial respondent score gets the most weight, and then the granular weighted response analysis makes up the rest of the scoring weight. The scores are anywhere from -2 to +2. And then between -1.5 and +1.5 are sent for human review. These are the gray area. Next slide, please. The impact of all of this has primarily been to reduce our client translation costs. For the first project, it reduced their costs by about 45%. It's easier for them. We are now a one-stop shop for data cleaning and translation, so they can focus on research while we focus on the language aspects. And then for us, obviously the impact is that it moves us up in the supply chain, so we're a much more valuable partner to this client now. Next slide. Improvement. So on the tech side, obviously there's always room for improvement. One thing that we're doing is saving more human-reviewed examples to the memory to improve the AI processes. We're continually improving and tweaking the prompts. So for example, the AI-generated language prompt is one of the more challenging ones. And that one needs continual testing and updating. And then one thing, just a lesson learned that we learned throughout this process is that the more that the steps are broken down, the easier it is to troubleshoot and scale. And then in terms of the service roadmap, the ultimate goal with this client and with others is to skip translation altogether and provide them directly with in-language coding and analysis for their surveys. So that means identifying themes and patterns in the responses. We envision this as also as an AI-supported workflow, very similar to data cleaning. And then ultimately, we'd like to sell this service to other clients within the industry. And you can see a quote from Questor, our client here, about how valuable this would be for their work. And that's it. Thank you.
Amazing. Right on time, Katie. Really nice job. Sorry to hear about the weather. -10. Was that Fahrenheit?
No, Celsius. I figured we'd have a Celsius heavy crowd here.
There you go. A bit of internationalization on the fly. Well done.
There you go.
Really interesting niche in the world of survey data. 45% cost in the first project. Wow. Really cool stuff. Thank you for joining this forum. Let's get a poll going and see what the audience can give you in terms of information. Let me just make sure we get the right poll for you. So there should be a poll launching, everybody. And the question we're asking for Katie and the team is, would you be interested in using the presented solution in your daily work? So yeah, have a think about that one. In your daily work, is it too niche? Absolutely, sooner the better. 2, I'm triggered but not yet entirely convinced. And third option is no, it isn't really relevant to my daily work. Okay, give you a few more seconds there. So quick. Try saying like fast. Okay, let's have a look at the results. So
yes,
it's quite even, Jurek and Katie.
This is a very, very surprising answer. The sooner the better. Good job, Katie. Good job, MLC. I'm very happy to have seen a hybrid human/AI workflow. It took us 4 pitches, but there we go. It's obvious, it's clear that you're ready to attack this very niche market. And this is just a very, very good example of a very good AI implementation, very targeted. And I think that every stakeholder in the supply chain is happy with the work that you're doing. So kudos to you. Very good job. Yeah. Thank you very much, Katie and MLC team.
Yeah, well done. Nice job. Is that the end of our niche group?
This is the end of the niche block.
Let's move it quickly on. So keep your questions coming in, folks, by the way. What's the next group, Jörg?
We have the pragmatic thinkers on the agenda now. And I remember, Dave, that you put together this very nice description of what pragmatic thinkers are in our script. I want to voice this. I'm going to read this out loud. Here we go. The pragmatic thinkers explore practical, real-world applications of AI in modern language operations. Pages cover the evolution of AI-driven translation workflows from early pilots to established production processes, strategies for building secure, reliable, and human-centered LLM workflows, that move beyond experimentation and the role of AI autocorrection powered by knowledge graph as a core component of next generation lineups. Amen, Dave. What a description.
Wow. Well said. Try saying that in a hurry as well. It sounds like we're going to be learning new terminology, maybe some new tricks. Oh, that reminds me, Jörg. I threw a ball for my dog one time. I know, extravagant, but he does look amazing in a tuxedo. There you go.
We should tune this guy down on his jokes.
Yeah. Try and pretend you didn't hear that one. So who's next? Who are we bringing on stage first?
I would like to welcome to the stage Petra from Accolat. Petra is representing one of the biggest LSPs in our industry, so I feel that the pressure and the expectations are going up. Petra, whenever you're ready for it, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Petra Angeli, as mentioned, Head of Global Solutions at Accolat. Today, I'll dive into why we built Leah and the problem it solves. So let's get into the next slide and start. Just actually the next one. Let's roll forward. Let's start with the hard truth. Traditional localization tools are really not keeping up with GenAI, and they were built for sentence by sentence machine translation, not really for this multi-modal, context-heavy, instruction-driven LLM workflows. And because of that, many companies in this room, and maybe quietly, maybe not as quietly, are building their own homegrown GenAI tooling, usually with a bit of duct tape. We saw that happening, and we decided to stop waiting for the legacy tools to evolve and build what customers actually need right now. So let me share where things break down. First, empty error tooling cannot support the LLM behavior. LLMs need context windows, document level reasoning, tone instructions, and flexible segmentation. Most TMS platforms simply can't do that without being forced. Next slide, please. Second, companies started improvising. I've seen everything from ChatGPT browser extensions to half-secure SharePoint scripts to people pasting content that is confidential into public LLMs because it was urgent. And it works, but until it very much doesn't. Next slide, please. The third problem we're facing is that teams wanted the speed of GenAI, but didn't trust it. Hallucinations, terminology drift, and tone that goes off-brand, and really small ambiguities in the source suddenly become huge mistakes across 27 languages. So the problem wasn't really the LLMs, the problem was the tools around them. Next slide, please. That's why we built Leah, Accolat's AI solution platform. And let me be clear, this is not a chatbot bolted onto a TMS. This is an AI native content and localization ecosystem. We moved away from the legacy segment-based database model entirely. Leah processes full document context, allowing the LLMs to see the whole file, just like a human translator would. It has two major components: Leah services for our human-in-the-loop, quality and compliance-driven workflows for regulated and high-stakes content, and Leah Go for our on-demand enterprise-grade AI translations for everyday content. And crucially, Leah doesn't just translate. It actually reads the source first. If it sees an ambiguity that will break the translation, it can flag it, and it solves the source problem before it becomes a translation error. So the idea of Leah is simple. It becomes your co-pilot, not your autopilot. You get the speed when you need it, and an expert intervention when it matters. Next slide, please. Now, let me back this up with a bit of real data. Over the past year, we ran proof of value projects with enterprise customers across tech, manufacturing, legal, life sciences, luxury. And across those projects, we processed over 4.5 million words into 125 language pairs. A few patterns became very clear. High resource languages like English to French or to Spanish, they consistently require the lowest post-editing effort. While low resource or structurally different languages like Japanese or Korean, they required more human involvement, but still showed meaningful efficiency gains. Next slide, please. By domain, technical content performs pretty well with AI, and legal and finance sit in the middle, structured but still require high precision, so humans remain beneficial. Creative and marketing content still needs strong human oversight, especially for nuance and persuasion. Then we looked at errors. The number one issue, terminology, that is predictable and fixable. You can pop to the next slide. We stopped asking the LLM to guess terms. We built automated terminology injection into Leah, and we are already seeing it dramatically reduce those type of errors. But categories like accuracy and style, that's where humans keep delivering the value that AI can't fully replace. And for customers, all this translates to around 20 to 30% reduction in post-editing efforts, and also 15 to 20% faster turnaround time and much more predictable quality than a raw LLM output. All of this in a fully controlled, private, compliant environment. No data going into public models, no data leakage risks. This is what happens when you don't just use AI, but actually operationalize it. Next slide, please. So here's the important part. GenAI is already inside your workflows, whether you officially support it or not. Some teams experiment in a controlled way, and some teams experiment unsafely. Some actually try to ban GenAI altogether, which usually lasts about a week. The industry needs tooling that is AI native, secure by design, linguist-centric, and built specifically for LLM translation workflows. That's exactly why we created Leah. And because it's always easier to show than to tell, let me show you a really short demo, and I'll steal the screen for a second on that. There we go. You should be able to see it now. Okay. So in here, this is LeahGo, actually, the on-demand translation platform, and you can start your new translation projects by either adding text or uploading files. So this is quick and easy. It will auto-detect the source language, and it will remember your previous target language selection. You can enrich it by adding context, like glossaries, brand guide, translation memories, to improve on the accuracy of the translation. It could even be past translations. This is saved, and you can turn on existing context to apply the preferred terminology and style, but you can also add context on the fly if you wish to do so. We have some small functionality to clarify the source text. So here, clarify flex typos, unclear text, or contradictions. For instance, you might have a sentence saying, "The doctor entered the room." In English, this is very straightforward, but in some languages, you need to know exactly what the gender of the doctor is. So this helps you flag these kind of ambiguities and select and learn from that. Finally, we have Enhance, which helps you spot errors and fix them with one click of a button, once again in the source text, and this will help you produce the best quality translations from the start. Once you're done, you can copy your finished translation or download it in the original format. And to wrap up, so legacy localization tools, honestly, were never built for that GenAI era. We stopped waiting for them to adapt. And so we built a platform that reflects how teams actually work. Leah is not a patch. For us, it's a new foundation. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Petra. Interesting stuff. I'm just wondering, is that a wrapper for client solutions? Like, what would you say are the innovative parts of this? Because sometimes that gets lost underneath everything.
So this is designed with localization in mind. It has complex prompting with linguistic expertise written into the foundations of this tool. And of course, the fact that we can combine it with the human expertise when needed is fundamental. And we continue to believe that it is important to be able to pull in the human expertise when needed.
Okay, thank you very much. And here, the poll is out there. So folks, let's gather some information for Petra Adelia. Will the presented solution break through in the language space? Yes, think so, perhaps, but won't happen tomorrow. No, I'm afraid not. Feel free just to give your honest opinion. It's great to get your view, and innovators will like to see it. So a few more seconds, thank you, and we'll share out that. So Jörg and Petra, here's the result.
There we go. It won't be long before it breaks through. And I would agree. I think that scattered workflows are a real pain in our industry. So putting everything together under the same roof, workflows, tools, customization, data, and so on and so forth is really the way forward in our industry. So Petra, please take this as confirmation from the field that you're doing the right thing. Thank you very much for your pitch. Appreciate it. Dave,
thank you.
Let's move on to the next
Thanks,
one,
Petra.
right?
Good stuff. Yeah, next up. Who's next up?
All right, we have Bruno and Marcel representing Lingo Systems. A quick introduction to this pitch. What can you expect? You can expect language, services, custom development, and pragmatic thinking in one pitch. Bruno, Marcel, whenever you're ready for it, please take it away.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now. Yeah,
all good.
Okay, very well. You can move on to the next slide, I think. Right, we just want to quickly introduce ourselves. So my name is Marcel. I'm a software developer at Lingo Systems. And as Jörg has said, I'm joined by Bruno.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Bruno. I'm head of language technology at Diction. And I think we can move to the next slide just to give you a brief introduction about our organizations.
Right. Who's Lingo Systems? We are a software development company based in Leipzig, Germany, and we are specialized in building custom software solutions ranging from data connectors, custom TBMS systems, or workflow optimizations for the language industry. And talking about customers, it all actually began with Diction for us. So I'm glad that I'm joined by Bruno, who will now give you a short introduction for Diction. Next slide, please.
Yeah, Diction is a language solution agency based in Switzerland. It's probably one of the last independent, non-merged and non-acquired company. We are not developers. We use and integrate technologies that we either buy off the shelf or have developed with external partners like Lingosystem. We're maybe not innovation pioneers. We always explore new ways to respond to new customer needs. And as you know, technology alone does not lead to success. It really depends on how you implement it and how you and when you integrate human users in it. If it's true that 95% of AI projects fails, it's maybe better to start only when you're ready for it. And let's jump to the next slide, just to give you a brief background about the development. So one of our AI strategy deals with translation quality. So this is about quality assurance, reviewing of content, and also quality estimation of AI or MT output. A traditional rule-based approach in QA, for example, has too many limitations. It's complex to set up and manage, and it generally produces just too many false positives, or even worse, false negatives. On the other hand, following a pure prompting-based approach, the results are just not consistent and too unpredictable. So what we looked into in particular was a system or a way to integrate very detailed client or even project-specific style guide information. And we have lots of style guides with not just generic rules like use informal or formal tone of voice or American or British spelling, but very complex style guide information that may include examples, style rules, gender neutral wording, specific formatting of numbers, dates, use of special characters, and on and on and on. So we've seen that with a pure prompting-based approach, the results were just not good enough and not consistent. And on top of that, we needed to integrate, obviously, terminology. So we So 3 areas where we wanted to adapt a new LLM-based approach. One in TM data cleaning, because TM data are still relevant when you want to reuse previously translated content, or when you need data to train MT engines, or if you need to feed it into RAG systems. The integration of Stargate information when reviewing content, and enhance quality assurance on the basis of large language models. And now Marcel will show you some examples of what they have developed.
Okay, yeah, we already moved to the next slide. Thank you. Right, thanks for introducing it. First use case, translation memory cleaning. So we actually built here an AI pilot which uses a workflow engine. And of course, we are working on the translation memory data that comes in. We store every segment in a database, and we can also inject terminology here and provide all of this data to an AI agent, which will actually check each segment. It will check for terminology issues. It will check whether any segments could be merged so that we can give this suggestion to a human reviewer. And it will also check whether semantically similar segments exist with completely different target segments so that we can flag those segments as well. So the end result of this workflow is a data set where certain segments are to be reviewed by a human reviewer. This is the idea here, only suggestions by the LLM, and the human is the center of the workflow. So this can be reviewed, and then segments can be merged or corrected or even deleted if necessary. Moving on to the next slide, we will go into the use case of using style guide information. So as you can see here as well, a workflow which can process structured style guides. As Bruno has said, they can be very complex. So we break them into language-specific rules. We check whether there are rules that would mutually exclude themselves. We check whether we have correct structure. And if so, and if there are still rules we can use, we save them into a database again, based on the language and also the customer. So the next workflow or any other process that requires style guide data can retrieve it very easily. And we will go through basically the entire style guide and then prepare the data for the next step. We can move on, I think. Yeah. Right, and now it's a very big part, the quality assurance itself. This consists of 3 parts. We will see here a workflow where we actually use the style guide data that we have already prepared. This workflow is being triggered by an external process or system. So it could be your translation management system. It could be a hot folder if you have a file from a CMS or something. And in this case, we work with an XLIF file, as you can see in the area above. What we also see is that we process the style guide data, and very importantly, if the style guide data does not include information that matches the languages provided by the XLIF, we also have AI agents here that will generate some best practice or very common rules that need to be taken into account when working in those languages. As you saw there, there's a red box in the middle now. This is the actual QA check. We will see its contents in the next slide. But once the QA check is actually done, we receive a result set where we have segments and all the errors that the LLM agents in the QA workflow found. And we provide this output to another AI agent, which actually will look at the results, merge any error categories that basically remain the same. And now comes the magic. It will also suggest corrections for every error category found. And we will see the result in a later slide. And then the result can be sent to the system which actually triggered the workflow. This is the second part, which is the QA workflow itself. We can see we chose an agent approach here. Every AI agent is only performing one specific check, as someone mentioned in the chat earlier. And we also see that LLM is not always the best answer to go for. So we also have checks based on regex or some rule-based checks. But very importantly, we also have semantic checks. So when the linguistic checks are performed, we also introduce terminology here, and we check the translation or the segments for loss of meaning. So is the target translation actually transferring the meaning from the source, or is it adding some additional meaning? And we would flag the segments there so that a human reviewer can check them. And yeah, the results here are given back, as I said before. And how does it look like? Actually, we will see this in the next slide. This is a review platform that we created. It could also be sent back to a translation memory or a translation management system. But as you can see here, we have a nice looking review interface, and you can see the source, the original target, and the suggestions. And you can go through the segments and see all the flagged text passages where the LLM found some issues. You can also see that they are colored differently. So also the agents are instructed to give an error severity here so that the human reviewer can quickly find the most critical ones that might even have a large impact on the meaning of the translation. And you can go through and decide which parts you actually want to have in a final segment. And you could also say, okay, I want to quickly change something there and save the segment. And this way, the human is always the center of the workflow. So the AI is only creating suggestions, and then you can download the final XLIF. Okay, moving to the next slide. I think it's the what's next slide. So you see in the current state of our applications and our approach to solve the issues that Bruno has mentioned. Of course, there's always room for improvements. So we want to enhance the UI here for more filtering. Someone also mentioned the severity categories and their values. So it would be great if I can directly highlight the most severe segments.
One idea is also to use data from quality reports produced by CAT tools as an additional context, as context information for the LM-based quality assurance process. And well, yes, obviously terminology, we want to go a step further in the use of term data instead of just using now static exported data. We want to retrieve data dynamically from the source system. And by doing so, we'll retrieve not only terms, but also descriptive and metadata like definitions, contexts, or domain information so that this information can be used during the term verification.
Excellent. Have to stop you there, guys. Really interesting. Okay. Lots of workflows and agents. Thought it was in a Bond movie there for a second. Let's see what people have to say to you. We have a question. Let's launch the poll. So the question we have for the audience is, how ready do you think the industry is for real-world deployment of that solution? So yeah, 100% ready. No, not ready. And just don't click any old answer, give it a few seconds of thought. It would be great. Thank you very much. And we'll give that a few more seconds. Great. Thank you, everybody. There's a few people still entering their thoughts. Well done. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, let's share some results. Yurik.
100% ready. Yep. This is surprising. This means that people are ready for advanced data processing. This means that people are ready for agents. So this means something. This is a very nice indication, a very nice observation. By the way, I totally love it when people, companies use the most advanced technology, AI, to maintain the most traditional linguistic resource, the translation memory. So thank you very much. Good job, guys. I think, Dave, that we are ready to move on to the next one.
Yeah, well done. Nice job. Who's next?
Yeah, the last one from the Pragmatic Thinkers. We have Lambros from S-Team. S-Team, I don't know if I got that right. Lambros, apologies. S-Team, there we go. Lambros is a LangOps representative, and I could do an attempt and explain what LangOps is, but I will leave that in his hands. Lambros, whenever you're ready for it, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yurik. It's my pleasure to be here today. So I'm Lambros, CTO of S-Team. At S-Team, we have developed the Language Factory, an orchestration layer designed to streamline and automate every step of multilingual content production. Today, I will present one module of the Language Factory, a RAG approach to autocorrection of machine translation. Next slide, please. So let's look at what a common translation workflow looks like in the AI era. There is a translation memory as a first step. It identifies full and perfect matches, probably no longer fuzzy matches, since most people nowadays believe we are better off machine translating and autocorrecting the result. There is usually limited context exploitation or domain filtering in the translation memory step. Whatever cannot be covered by full and perfect matches is machine translated, sometimes with a trained machine translation model, trained, I mean per domain and client. All the shortcomings of the previous two steps are taken care of by an LLM-based autocorrector, which consults context, considers the domain, corrects translation errors, applies adaptations in case of translation memory non-full matches, applies the requested tone of the client, and other things. One might ask, why use MT and autocorrection instead of an LLM translation from scratch? Well, experience says that NMT should still be the backbone for regulated high-volume terminology critical translation. This is actually a quote from a recent post by Manuel Herrans from Pangeanic. Pangeanic calls their approach deep adaptive AI translation, and it involves a chain that starts with NMT followed by LLM, as presented in this case. So finally, involving human translators is recommended, but optional, based on the use case. What is lacking here is the full exploitation of client-specific resources in a RAG manner. Next slide, please. So what do we do differently in the Language Factory? A core component of the Language Factory is a multilingual knowledge graph. We take the client's term repository, taxonomize it, and it becomes a representation of the client's domain universe. It is used for tagging the domain of both the translation memory contents as well as the input to be translated. The translation memory, called recycler in the Language Factory, applies optimal domain filtering, and it fully exploits the context. It's a dynamic recycler. It can match any level of text, sentences, groups of sentences, paragraphs, sections, actually whatever is stored in the repository at any granularity above the sentence. Then our autocorrection module adds domain term tagging on the input text to be translated, plus retrieval of domain-relevant fragment translation pairs. Finally, we claim that potential human intervention is now about revision and not translation. Next slide, please. Okay, Klaus talked about an hour ago about term corrections, and our approach is quite similar regarding terminology. Now here I will focus on the fragment retrieval for autocorrection. Fragment retrieval is in a sense like reinventing fuzzy matching. As I said before, fuzzy matching has been dropped, but now we put it back in the picture with some very, very improved features. Segmentation, it's not an issue anymore. No more worrying that the translation memory segmentation granularity should be aligned to the segmentation of the input to be translated. We retrieve what is there, 2 tokens, 5 tokens, whole phrases or sentences, exact or similar. However, there are serious filtering concerns. Lots of fragments are retrieved per sentence to be translated. How can we efficiently filter them and avoid confusing rather than assisting the LLM? Several factors are evaluated and are automatically weighted: domain relevance, fragment similarity, fragment size, translation exclusivity, whether overlapping fragments have compatible translations or not. It's this filtering module that is the key component for the success of the fragment retrievals. So there is no more fuzzy matching. We suggest moving to fragment matching instead. Next slide, please. I have tried to put here a real-life example of our RAG approach to autocorrection. We see the English source to be translated, the machine translation in German, and the autocorrected version by ChatGPT in this case. Click, please. Good. The color codes here highlight the parts that have been improved by the autocorrection. Let's see how our approach has influenced this specific autocorrection. Click, please. So there is a client term concept that defines that onboarding workflow should not be translated. This is the preferred version of the term, while the deprecated version is onboarding process, which was actually the empty choice in this case. Click, please. Similarly, customer success platform, and click, please, and identity management system should also remain untranslated specifically for this client. Click, please. Let's also see a couple of fragments from client's data, always from client's data, which have been activated in this example. To ensure a seamless customer experience has matched as an identical match, and the LLM knows what this part translates to and can apply the translation and adapt it to the context of this translation. Click, please. The same goes here, where it has matched something that is not identical, it's similar. And it actually translates into something which is split into two parts. And still, of course, the LLM can interpret all this and apply the proper adaptations. Click, please. So we see here in a single example, there are 3 term concepts and 2 fragment pairs that have been retrieved and have been the key point in assisting the LLM in providing not just a good translation, but a translation that's customized to the specific client. This example is a triumph of the RAG approach to autocorrection. Next slide, please. Let's now take a look at the impact of our autocorrection module based on 4 months production data of translation services for an EU organization. How do we measure translation quality? Click, please. We do it, sorry, I mean, it's okay. We can stay like that. No, it's okay. We do it using a QE module, a quality estimation module. We use a trained TransQuest module to estimate the quality of the translations before and after autocorrection and assign them to quality or cost budgets, perfect, good, and mediocre. After the autocorrection, you can see on the graph that the perfect and good parts are slightly enlarged. However, current QE modules, to our experience at least, do not always align well with the human perception of translation quality. Actually, Konstantin talked yesterday about translation quality estimation modules and how to define a favorable balance between errors detected versus errors slipped. At the team, we're currently experimenting with a radically new approach to QE, but this is still in beta. So switching to human evaluation, in this case calculated as the revision diff or editing distance, should be more reliable in assessing the translation before and after the autocorrection. We noticed that on top of the slightly improved QE scores, which led to better classification and budgets, inside each quality budget, the translation quality after autocorrection has improved. Significantly, I would say. You can notice the drop in the revision diff inside each budget. Next slide, please. All this looks good, but are there any challenges? Well, a key component, as already mentioned, is the multilingual knowledge graph, which allows us to accurately domain filter terms and fragments. So we need a solid term repository, which needs to be taxonomized, and we need an efficient method for domain tagging based on the multilingual knowledge graph. Steam has the know-how and tools for all this. We can even build all this from scratch for a client, given, of course, that substantial client multilingual legacy data is available. Next slide, please. Well, this is it. Thank you.
Well, John, great job, Lambros. Very interesting. Lots of knowledge graphs going on, fragments rather than segments. You're inventing some new language for us. Really nice job. Let's find out what the audience has to say, and we're going to get them involved in a poll. So let's launch that poll. You should see it now. And again, thanks everybody for getting involved and giving your view. So will the presented solution break through in the language technology space? Yes, won't be long. 2, perhaps it certainly won't happen tomorrow, but perhaps it will. And 3, I'm afraid not. So what group are you in? And we give that another 10 seconds. All right. Thank you. A few more seconds. Thanks, everybody. People are clicking. Good. Okay, we have some results. So there's the results. Lambros and York.
All right, let's have a quick look. Perhaps, but it certainly won't happen tomorrow, is the winner of the poll, and it's maybe not exactly a surprise, but the most positive answer, yes, it won't be long before it breaks through, has been voted quite significantly as well. Lambros, you are on a LangOps mission. Please continue. I do have one question for you. You don't need to answer it right now, but I'm wondering, knowledge graphs are not really new as a technology. Why haven't they been introduced earlier in our industry? Again, you don't have to answer it right now. If you want to, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. With our experience, we have been, tossing knowledge graph for some time now, and we see that there is a great benefit that we get from their usage. They are a very good tool for describing the universe of the domain universe, and from that we can move on to specific applications, whether this is domain tagging or other very specific tasks that are quite useful. So yeah, I think it will be sooner or later, more people will be, I mean, all technology will be based around that, I suppose.
Which basically confirms the answers from the poll. Thank you very much, Lambros. Very good
Thank you
pitch.
very much.
Jurek, the people need a break. Let's
We will
have
take a break.
break.
Oh, he's jumping in. He's jumping in. Lambros, just while you're still listening, there's another question come in. Maybe you'll have a look at that during the break, Denise. And we need to have a break. Someone said it was really cold earlier. I'm sure it's cold where everyone is. So you know what happens when it's cold. And let us know if it's cold near you. And hey, Jurek, before we take this break, which Costa is going to set up, why was the computer cold? You must know this one.
You tell me, Dave.
Because it left too many windows open. So hopefully you'll have a chance there during the break to check all those windows you've been ignoring. Costa?
Yes. I called a break. All right, 5 minutes break, guys. Joe, let's set it up. A timer, please.
See you all in 5 minutes.
S'il vous plaît.
Everyone, there's 2 minutes left in the break. 2 minutes left in the break. We'll be starting back up in less than a minute.
Okay. We're back on again, and this is the last block. Tell us about this block, Yurik.
The TMS killers, Dave, they sound scary, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
But not to normal people like you and me, but to legacy systems, they might sound a little bit scary.
So what makes a TMS killer then?
It's probably the clear ability or the clear threat of disrupting systems that feel very traditional but very familiar to us, right?
So maybe wannabe disruptors or disruptors, and maybe they come from outside, like aliens landing on our planet here.
A little bit like the guys on the slide, exactly.
Yeah, maybe a bit of overkill with our imagery, folks, but let's see how we get on with this group. So who's first up?
We have Bartolomé. Bartolomé is representing 10 Square Games, and his pitch is about Google Sheets and R2D2, and I can't wait to find out what that's all about, Bartolomé. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Bartłomiej Piątkiewicz, but nobody can pronounce that, so you can call me Bart. And I'm a localization specialist and UX writer from 10 Square Games, the biggest mobile game developer in Poland. And I wanted to show you R2D2, so our own internal tool for localization. So next slide, please. And I would like to start with initial issues that we had to fix with AI in general. So at first, back in the day, we had no copywriter, so we had to generate copy somehow. And I'll tell you in a minute how. We had too much content, so when we hired a copywriter, it was too much for one person to write. We had something that I called happy accidents. So imagine the situation like 1 hour before the release, the designer comes to you and tells, listen, we changed something in the game. We have to change the translation in 20 languages. We've got forgetful designers who created new features but forgot to tell me about them as well. We've got some quality concerns about MT and AI generated translations. And we've got high costs because we have text-heavy games. So yeah, we also had to spend a lot of time and money for that. So next slide, please. So we started using GPT, and it was great. It was very helpful, very useful, but also very chaotic because all teams started their own efforts in, trying different things, trying different approaches, using their knowledge. And the knowledge wasn't very broad because the tool was new. So we had to structure that somehow, and that's how the next step happened. So the next slide, please. And we found variables, and we found promptitude, the great tool that we found during the first GenAI conference. So thank you, Konstantin and Dominic, for making this possible. And next slide, please. We started using reusable prompts, which meant less repetitive work for us and increasing consistency, because if everybody uses the same prompt, then the results are more or less the same. So that's what we aim at. And we did something like this. So translate the animal name into language and just change the data. And it is not very impressive in this particular example, but the next slide shows how our prompts look normally. So in this case, it is much more useful. So the next slide. We still use promptitude till this day, like this. This is the actual UI from the promptitude. We use it for text generation. So our designers just receive this. They have to fill the basic data about the new event in our game. They click generate, and they get the beautiful copy that follows any instructions that we can have about style, about terminology, and everything. And then they send the copy to me for translations. But when it comes to translations and using promptitude, my keyboard looked a little bit like this, which is visible on the next slide. So I had really lots of copy-paste work. So we decided to create R2D2. And the next slide. We wanted it to be simple, we want it to be customizable and easy to maintain, because like a lot of translation and localization teams, we don't have a lot of engineering power because we are mostly linguists. So that was our goal. And the next slide, something that we are not very proud of, and I know this is not the best practice, but still, like Google Sheets is a present thing in localization industry, and also it is present in our company. So we use Google Sheets for a lot of things. So we wanted to make it there. We wanted to use Google Sheets as a base for our tool. So the next slide. I decided to use AppScript, so then inbuilt extension that we have in Google Sheets that allows you to use your own scripts. And because I have no developer knowledge, I used GPT to create a script that allowed me to create a formula to use in a cell. And this formula connected directly to LLM. So this way we were able to connect Google Sheets to an AI that was possible to connect via API actually. And the next slide, please. This gave us relevant structure, so less manual copy-paste work. We got the same structure that we have in our game files, actually, so only had to find the English text, and then the rest was autofilled by AI translations, actually. So we only had to download the file. And that was great, that helped a lot. But then we hired an engineer, and the next slide shows what happened. She developed a terms search script. So thanks to this, we were able to apply correct terminology from our game and have shorter prompts. And I will tell you how it made it shorter in the next slide. Because the text on the left is what you have in the game, and the script detects some terms, then it creates a list that you can see on the right, and it matches it with translations, which you can see below. And in this way, particular cells contain prompts with terms only relevant to this copy and only relevant to this language. So you don't have to worry about implementing all the term base and LLMs processing all this terminology that you have in your product. So next, we also developed additional QA check for improved quality. So every time we run something through our R2D2 tool, we see this big red sign, some translations didn't pass LQA, just for us to remember. But when we do it, we get the final LQA score for the translations, and we got the full report that you can see below. And this is just an example of prompt chaining. We use prompt for checking quality after the translation that was also generated by another prompt, after the text that was generated by another prompt. So yeah, just an example of that. And the next slide, please. We also have translation changer exactly for the situation that I told you about before. We have just 1 hour to change something in translations. So we provide previous translations. We add new text in English. We also can add terminology here if we need. And LLM creates new text with change bits. So basically it creates almost human-like translations. I must admit that if we tested it, it was like really rarely any errors here. So the next slide, please. We also got shortener and simplifier because mostly in marketing, we have a lot of idiomatic language in our copies, so we have to simplify it just for the sake of translations by LLM to avoid calcs, for example. And during the process of simplifying, it also gets longer, so we need another prompt to shorten the copy. And that's what we do here. And next slide. We also use some basic features that are available in Google Sheets because we use conditional formatting. So basically, when the string is too long, it turns red based on the character limit provided on the left. So what you could see so far is that what we do is actually squeezing the maximum out of potential of Google Sheets combined with all the features that it offers and with scripts, which are actually quite basic, I must say. We have only 1 engineer right now, and she is responsible for maintaining all of this and creating new features, and we are responsible for supporting her and giving her ideas and our needs. So that's how it works, and I must say it works quite well, which is visible on the next slide, because it's okay, one slide before I get it. A little disclaimer. Yeah, that's the impact. A little disclaimer is that it is not the default mode. By the way, we use R2D2 for emergencies and for low priority translation and localization because still I believe and we believe as a team that humans are better linguists, humans are better translators and writers. And yeah, I just wanted to underline that. But yeah, on the next slide, we can see that in general, R2D2 provides us with 40% of overall savings in localization, 50% of shorter deadlines, independence in handling localization emergencies, and AI-enabled localization, which is, for example, of our FAQs. This is something that contains a lot of text, and we wouldn't normally translate that probably because it has low impact, like business impact. But now we can do that in 24 languages that we have in one of our games, for example. So yeah. And the next slide. Special thanks to Martina, our developer, who made this all possible. And I just wanted to include her cat because that's our little tradition in our localization team. So the next slide.
Yeah, we're on time. Unfortunately, Bart, we're on time.
Okay. So,
but we can run that as we're talking, perhaps.
Yeah, sure. We can. That's just our demo how it works. So, you provide the text, you have it in another tab, you run the glossary terms search, and the script is running. You've got terms here found, and then you go below to see how they work, and you see capitalization settings here. You go up, you start prompt, which was responsible for translation, then another one for LQA. You see the report, and basically that's it. You have a ready translation.
Oh. Excellent. Thanks again. I'm wondering, will you be telling people to eat your shorts later? Sorry, Simpson reference there. Or will these be the droids that you're looking for? I have a question for you. Yeah, if anyone gets those references, you can write to us. If you don't, you can complain. Tell us how applicable is this outside of 10 cents, right? So, people might have been looking at that saying, that's exactly what I needed to have. But, how can this be a killer tech outside of what you do?
How this can be what exactly? Once again, please.
A killer, yeah. So we're in TMS killer group at the moment. How could this be a killer tech that somebody could use that's not in your company?
Basically, use the same instructions. I would say, like, the very base of this is not complicated at all. You can just use scripts. I did it. There was the very first version of R2D2 was something written by AI for me with no dev knowledge. So basically, you can try that and build on this as you get the time of developers. Basically, that's what we did.
Yeah, you're getting some really good comments in there. I'd ask you, Bart, if you wouldn't mind having a look at those and answering them. Thanks for the comment on people getting the references. There's one person who is getting the jokes, Jurek. That's great.
I'm not an English native, and that makes it so hard to understand your very advanced jokes, Dave.
All right, well, we'll try and move the level a bit more international, given where we are. Bart, really good job. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So, yes. Do we have any results on our poll?
Yeah, sorry, Bart. I skipped your results. So there you are. There's the results.
But good job. You managed to trigger people. You build a lot of, default TMS features into Google Sheets with only one engineer. So I have one closing question for you. Yes, no. Are you a TMS killer?
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Good job, Bart. Let's move on to the next one. Next, we have Luis Lopez from RWS. You represent Trados, Luis, the mother of all TMSs. I'm curious to see if and how you're going to disrupt yourself. Please do.
Hi, thanks, Jurek. I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Dave, Jurek, and Konstantin for the invitation. It's great to be in such illustrious company of innovators in the language industry. I've certainly learned a lot about nuts and bolts already. So my name is Luis Lopez. I'm a product manager at AWS, responsible for the Trados cloud language technology platform. As innovators, we know the innovator's dilemma. So Trados invented, as you say, the TM terminology and cat tool space 40 years ago, and collected TMSs like Pokemons through acquisitions. So it's only right that we're in the TMS killers category to disrupt ourselves with our cloud language technology platform. or content transformation platform, as we call it. Because we need constant reinvention to ensure longevity, right? You don't survive 40 years without reinventing and disrupting yourself. And by the way, we sent 3 of our TMSs into retirement this year at AWS, so we're well ahead of the TMS killer category. In terms of what we're showing in the inspiration and background for what we are doing, essentially, we run the Translation Technology Insight Survey every 3 years. And we heard from 72% of our customers that they are considering investing in AI capabilities. The challenge is we often hear leaders wanting to replace translation with AI, right? But as innovators have spoken here, right, before, LLMs need orchestration to be tamed and controlled, right? And everyone knows the famous MIT study that 95% of AI projects failed. But it's actually not that bleak because the same report shows that specialized tools have a 67% success rate versus internally built tools, right? And so that's where we see as Stratos, right? AI is here to stay. So rather than fight it, we embrace the variety of use cases that it can offer. There's some of the AI use cases that we see on this sheet, but there's certainly much more, right? Next slide, please. And yeah, there's much more that we have in terms of AI at Stratos. So this is only a subset due to lack of time. We will focus on translation, which was a big topic here, quality, and project management, so applicability of AI there. We also have a Stratos agent in the Microsoft Copilot, actually, which was announced at the Microsoft Ignite conference 2 weeks ago. So you can now surface Stratos within organizations to tame that shadow AI, as was mentioned before, right? And it's also great validation to see that we resolve a lot of the use cases that Petra mentioned that she didn't want to wait for TMSs to solve, showing that we are actually in the post-TMS stage, and it's about orchestrating AI. So no need to wait any longer. In terms of use cases, right? So generative translation using an LLM by providing context and giving the best possible translation from the start. Smart review, right? Focusing a lot on evaluation and smart insights in terms of a project manager Copilot. Next slide. So how does generative translation smart review work? So we heard this a lot already today, but essentially the high quality linguistic data, like certainly terminology, translation memory, previous translations are very, very important, right? And so we're unleashing the power of LLMs by actually giving it the context that we hold in these language technology platforms, right? So and we give all of this to the translation and to the LLM to ensure that I never say a better translation. What I say is a more appropriate translation to the audience, right, from the start. So that's in a nutshell. We'll see an example. And then also smart review, right? This is really around a linguistic copilot, as I call it. The linguistic work and linguistic task has become very, very cognitively difficult because LLM translations sound very fluent, right? So it's very, very difficult to spot mistakes. And so this is where the smart review copilot is very, very popular with our users because it really highlights issues they would otherwise miss. Next slide. We can skip it. So in terms of demo, for this one, for time purposes, next slide, I only have a screenshot, but this explains how it works. Essentially, generative translation in Stratos. On the left-hand side, you can see a translation as a normal unprompted translation that you would get from an LLM. And this is around the EU AI Act. But what you can now do in Stratos, and you see this in the bottom, you can actually custom prompt the LLM. And in this example, we basically said we want the text in plain language for EU institutions with a reading age of 12 years with an active voice. And you can see how immediately the initial translation is more appropriate to the audience, right? And that already helps, and that unleashes a lot of the power of the limitations that both TMs but also neural machine translations had. Other examples, right? You may translate the text for patients and you may translate the text for doctors, which has completely different terminology and understanding, right? So this is available today, and we were actually first to market in the industry with this. Next slide is a video. We go into Smart Review in Trados. So what you see here is the Trados Cloud Platform, where we're creating a project. You can see AI is a first-class citizen alongside translation memory and terminology in here. There is a smart review task in the workflow. It's available both in the workflow, but also interactively. You can specify what happens with the segments. We mark them as green or as red. You can lock green segments, for example, if you're confident enough. As we then create this project, the system basically analyzes the document. And as we then progress in the workflow, you will see that when we open the document in the online editor, that essentially the segments will be marked up already with information for the linguist or the reviewer. That basically highlights spot things like just mistakes in translation. So here, photo drucker is not specific enough as a translation. It can also give you term errors, so it looks into terminology databases. So again, leveraging that high quality linguistic data that you already built up. And this is combined with our language weaver machine translation quality estimation. The next one, Smart Insights in Trados, actually my favorite feature that we've ever released is the Trados Copilot, right? The Trados Copilot sits in Trados. It's always there in the menu bar. And you can actually interact with it in natural language, right? So if you need to see, okay, what's happening in the system, you no longer need to build reports. You can actually just interact with the Copilot. Or for example, the next one is we're going to a linguist called in sick. I need to find out what this person has been working on so that I can figure out what I do. Is it okay to wait? Do I need to reassign it to someone? And this is something that you can just type, which previously you had to do manually in the user interface. And this gives you full capabilities in terms of what you see. You can also export this information and integrated with third-party systems. Next slide. I'm going fast for lack of time. Yeah, in terms of the tech of the solution, right? I think it's the Trados language technology platform, right? It's the home of AI already, right? We integrate with more than 11,000 LLM models through Azure AI Foundry, Amazon Bedrock, but also Hugging Face for local LLMs. So things like Grok, DeepSeek, Claude, OpenAI, they can all be integrated. And sneak peek coming soon, we entered a strategic partnership with Cohere, so that will launch very early in 2026, which is quite exciting for our industry. And last slide. Yes, in terms of impact and the results, right? I think what we hear from customers, we're enabling the industry to implement AI in production, right? Ensuring that our customers are not in the 95% of AI projects that fail. Ensuring faster time to market, enabling growth, boosting quality from the start by leveraging the linguistic data that was already built up, while at the same time ensuring expert in the loop productivity, right? The human is very important here. And yeah, so for us, AI is not replacing us. We're basically orchestrating AI and ensuring that AI has good success rate. Thank you.
Good stuff, Luis. Moving in. You got a song going around in my head, you know, video killed the radio star, anyone? You killed 3 TMSs already, you said. Nice work. How many are left to go? Yeah, we'd love to know which ones you got rid of. So if you're willing to share that information, put it into the chat. Let's see if there's questions in there as you do. But let's get a poll to the audience to see what they have to say. So there's a question going out for Luis. Will the presented solution break through in the language technology space? And we'll give the usual time there. Jörg, any thoughts while the poll is running?
I hope the answer is yes, it's going to break through very quickly because Smart Review and Smart Insights seem to be very, very useful features to me. I always say that LLMs are better at evaluating content than generating content. So Smart Review is something I'm fully aligned with. So in advance, Luis, thank you very much for this rapid fire update of what has been going on at Trados, and my sentiment has been confirmed. There we go. All right.
You're looking into your crystal ball on that one, you're.
Yeah, exactly. Hope I'm going to win the lottery this week anyhow.
There you go.
We have...
I'll be your friend. Luis, thanks very much.
Absolutely. You're my co-host, right? All right. Conscious of time, let's dive into the next one. Fola.
Hey guys, can you all hear me?
I can hear you well.
Great. And Dave,
please explain
fantastic,
why.
fantastic references. Very good.
Please explain, Fola, please explain why your TMS is the agile TMS.
I like that. That's I have to follow up that introduction. My name is Folia Hire. I'm the managing director of Strategic Agenda. So I have two hats to wear here. One, we're a former LSP, and secondly, we're a software developer. And we're kind of an accidental software developer because we didn't really want to build our own software, but at the time we felt that the systems were too complicated and way too cumbersome for a small LSP. So we built a translation project management system, translation projects, but also a CAT tool called Robert, which I'm going to be discussing and also demoing here. So the Agile TMS is all about keeping humans in the loop, but making sure that we can all integrate this weird, fuzzy thing called AI, but in the most simple way possible. Next slide, please. So what we did with Robert, which we started building about 8 years ago, was we thought about what was the perfect environment for translators who wanted to post-edit, machine translation, and latterly AI. So what was simple? How can we take the best parts of CAT tools like Phrase and MemoQ and Trados, strip out all the stuff that we didn't need, but build something which anyone could use with hardly any training. And hence Robert was born. Next slide, please. So in general, Robert is a way to amplify human expertise. We're getting AI, it was MT, but now it's AI doing the heavy lifting. And then humans are the ones who are going to be verifying the end product. So we're shifting away the kind of workflow so that AI does most of the heavy lifting, leveraging what's already there, but they're making sure that humans are there to verify and ensure the nuances of the text. Next slide, please. So how it works? Well, essentially, it's very, very simple. We were thinking, how do you integrate AI so that anyone could essentially use it? Now, the beauty of ChatGPT and these GenAI LLMs is prompts. So we worked on the prompts. We forgot about retrieval augmented generation. We forgot about graph SQL. We forgot about knowledge graphs. All of that stuff is too complicated, but also is already out of date by the time an LLM comes out with the latest model. But what is not out of date is going to be the prompt, is the instruction you tell the machine. So in Robert, you create your persona, you assign it a task, and out of this, combined with EBs and PMs and some other magic sauce, you get consistent and high quality results. Next slide, please. So behind the solution, we have access to LLM. So it's a normal CAT tool. So we're not quite a CAT killer, but we're hoping to take down some of the big boys who are funded heavily by private equity. And they're supported by LLMs. We can access over 500 different LLMs through OpenRouter. And then we have an editor which shows you what the LLM has done, what the persona has done. So it allows the human to make adjustments to make sure that what it's done is correct, consistent, and human overall. Next slide, please. So the impact we've had has been really, really good. We're still testing in certain language combinations because we have in-house translators. We're working on prompts, and we found lots of really interesting tips on prompting, such as prompting in your own language, and the target language really helps the LLM understand and do a better job. Obviously, certain models do better. So Mistral, the European prince, Newcomer is better than maybe ChatGPT for French. All of these nuances we're working on, but the great thing is with Robert and the persona structure, it's very easy for anyone to test in their own language. Next slide, please. So what's next? So obviously we're looking at adding deeper personalization, so making sure that the prompts are easy to create. Also, confidence-driven intelligence. So trying to guide the human reviewer to understand which of the segments are the most important ones to address, which are the ones need the most attention. And obviously, everything is all about integration and making sure that our flows connect directly to content management systems, to content creation by LLMs themselves. Next slide, please. Obviously, there's some barriers. What I love about AI is it's consistently inconsistent. So it is still a bit of a black box. But when you combine leverage, TMs, TBs, a decent prompt, and simple testing, you can get a consistency of output. It means that a reviewer has to do less and less as you go through it. Let me jump straight to next slide, please. Great. Let me jump to a demo because I think it's all about show rather than tell. So Robert is a cattle driven by AI. It has the traditional structure. For those of you who've used mem source or phrase, you might recognize this the interface. You have projects, TMs,
not seeing it yet, Paula. Sorry for interrupting.
All right.
Not sharing, Paula.
Can I? So how do I do that?
Yeah, share screen button.
Gotcha.
Okay, something is on its way.
Great.
Back to you.
All good?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. So as I was saying, Robert is a traditional CAT tool in terms of project management, TM management, term-based management, linguistic resource management, and also MT and AI. We've kept it as simple as possible, so anyone can pick up the tool and start using it, on day one. There are no complicated workflows. There's no legacy kind of code or interfaces to deal with. It's just really simple. At the heart of this AI workflow is what we call the persona. A persona is basically a prompt. In this example, I've created a persona called Brian, who is a terrible translator who really needs a lot of editing. And I'll show you why I've done that. We've now plugged in OpenRouter, which gives you access to 500 different models. We also have the token price, how much it's going to cost. You can create a persona per language combination, per client, per domain, and also per part of the workflow. So you can have a persona that does the translation, one that does the review, one that does the QA. And the prompt is really, really very simple. It is a role, and then once you create the role, you add some variables. Let's work on a project to show how it works in practice. So we created a GenAI workflow. This is a template. We'll call it AI demo. And we'll call it AI plus human in the loop. So this is a workflow that you can add and adjust to with TMs and TB and support. We cover 60 or 70 different kinds of file extensions, upload a file, and now we want to do is assign that translation to our terrible, terrible translator, Brian, and see what a terrible job he does, just to show you the importance of AI review. We're now sending the file plus the TB and the TMs to the LLM, and this is the output. And then the next stage is to assign this translation across to an AI reviewer. So now in the AI post-editing phase, we're going to assign this to George, who's a really good English reviewer. And again, we'll send it up to the LLM. This time it's a different LLM that we've tweaked to make sure the review is really good. And we're going to pre-translate with the LLM. So that will take about 10 seconds or so. Great, that's done. Let's have a look at what George has done. Now, what's great about this is that we've made changes, but we've also put comments in there showing what has been changed. So the LLM has to justify why it's done something. And if we look at the previous step, we can see what changes were made. So Brian did a terrible job. He put in there that, for example, it was 326 people rather than 336. He said it happened yesterday when it happened today. He made loads and loads of mistakes, snow rather than water, et cetera, et cetera. So great thing is the LLM reviewer has picked up all of the errors that we introduced, that Brian introduced, and has made the task of the human reviewer so much easier.
Cool. Nice job.
So this is basically we can go into far more detail, but given the time limits, this is how personas work. So the reason why Robert is so clever is that it's so simple. It's incredibly easy for anyone to create a prompt. You can practice and test this yourself, and you can run a report to see the level of effort that is needed to change any of these segments.
Excellent. We're on time. Follett, I think that was pretty clear. Really nice job. You said you're not a TMS killer, but are you an adapter? Is Agile TMS the new thing? And will Robert be the TMS Terminator?
Oh,
no
you
one
are
will get that
fantastic.
reference.
You're absolutely fantastic with your
Robert
references.
Patrick, Terminator 2, anyone? Thanks, fella. You're saving me.
Cheers, guys.
And really great job. I think, Yurik, you know, you're one of the people who knows a lot about TMSs. What do you think about this particular model?
I have to confirm what Fola said. He's not a TMS killer. I would rather call it augmenting, enhancing, advancing, whatever you want to call it. But then I saw the editor and I still see the segment per segment based interface, the cat interface. So Fola, you are not a cat killer. That is absolutely true. But you know what I take away from this? You want to take some of the big boys down. I wrote that down. So that's my main takeaway.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fola. Dave, do we have a poll?
Yeah, there's a poll running there. So would you be interested in using this solution in your daily work? So 3 choices. Let's get you in. We're almost there, folks, by the way. So please.
One more to go.
Oh, something happened with the poll. I need to relaunch the poll. So we're going to relaunch the poll. And hopefully this time you can get your stuff in. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And everyone was ready there. They were just, oh, I can't do it. So we've got a whole load of people in at once. We give another 5 seconds. Share. Thank you, everybody. Let's share the results so you can see.
Yes, triggered, but not yet entirely convinced. I think that's, what comes with being an innovator. So thank you very much, Fola. Good job. Very good pitch.
Good job.
Then we can move on to the last one, people. Thank you for bearing with us. We have 1 more to go. Kayetan from Marketfully. We originally categorized him as a pragmatic thinker. He ended up being a TMS killer, and you could even think of him as a niche solution. Kayetan, you have the final say. If you are there, please take the floor.
Sure. I love the pragmatic thinker category the best. I think it's really shows what we do. So welcome everybody. My name is Kaiten. I'm a VP of product at Marketfully.ai. Let's dive in. So we are a new brand, but actually our constituents have been around for quite some time. The log part of the audience would know us as a Motion Point company. We are a translation proxy system. But we are pivoting into marketing. After a couple of acquisitions, we are joined with Key Content, which is a content creation company, and Get Globy, which is a small platform for content creation. And at Marketfully, we thought, well, localization is not enough. And the real question is not like, should you translate, but actually, why translate if you can create, right? So we worked with a number of customers, and we've done a lot of research, and we realized marketers often struggle with multilingual content in general, right? Operations, be it translation, be it creation. They can't prove ROI of content investments. They are having problems with managing complex workflows and tools, and they have problems in ensuring the right brand for what they do. So we thought, and we started bringing together all of the technology from localization, the MarTech stack, AI and data together in a single platform, which Marketfully is. Next slide, please. All right, so the overall platform or overall solution has 3 elements. The first one is the platform, so where you can interact and transcreate and create content. The other part of the platform is translation proxy, which allows you to take your website into multiple languages very, very quickly. And then on top of these both, we have expert services, which are essentially marketing services. Next slide, please. So how this works. So on an example of content creation workflow, we would basically capture your brand voice from your website help you ideate and create content briefs, and then create that content in how many languages you want, right? Next slide, please. So there are two pieces of technology behind this. One we call adaptive content AI, and this is more language oriented. This is everything around translation, transcreation, content creation, brand voice, and so on and so forth. Also reviews and similar capabilities. And then the in-content AI is all about workflow and making sure that you make smart decisions at every step of the workflow, highlighting opportunities and yeah, highlighting opportunities. Next slide, please. So how we impact the content marketers? Well, we help them increase their conversions, and customers are reporting significant improvement on that front. We help customers with the efficiency of their content operations. So essentially, they can produce more content faster in more languages. And then we help overall growth of the companies that use Marketfully. Next slide, please. So just to give you a quick peek into what's coming up next. So we are focusing on a couple of key concepts in the platform, right? So for us, content is all about effectiveness, right? So making sure that it really performs up to the purpose it was built for, right? Then we want to make sure that customers can hit efficiency of their content by automating their workflows, by helping them streamline their bulk operations, right? Like publishing content, etc. And then on top of this, we want to bring all of the data from different sources, SEO platforms, language data, things that we can scrap from the internet about the competition and others, right? So that's the key areas we'll be focusing on in 2026. Next slide. So really for Marketfully helps address some of the complexities around multilingual content marketing today, right? It addresses the fragmented tool ecosystem, talent shortage, AI safety concerns, and tight budgets, right? So these are the top challenges that we help marketers today. Next slide, please. Yeah. All right, so this is how the platform looks like. This is the main screen. And basically, you start with customizing your workspace with the brand information, right? So you can just type in the name of your company, the brand description, target audience, or key competitors. But you can also use our capture function. And this is where marketing tech comes together with the localization tech. You just type in your address, and we are going to go to your website, read it, process it, and create a succinct description of what your brand is, who your competitors are. We are going to automate all of that research and yeah, create a very nice and simplistic description of you. Then we can do the same thing with the writing style. You just upload a couple of files and you get a very succinct description of your brand voice and how you want to talk. We have also glossary functionality, but it goes deeper. So you can customize your glossaries not only per language, but also per market. And then there are specific terms that you want to use. So brand terms, product terms. So yeah, let's dive into the content creation workflow. So what is also different with us, there's no carved in stone workflow. It starts in a very conversational way. You basically go into a type of an assistant and you just declare what do you want to do, right? So let's say I want to create a blog post about digital marketing and AI, right? And let's say I want to target UK market, just to give it a bit more context. But I know more or less what I want to write about, but maybe I'm just not sure about the topic. So I can use this tool to ideate and create topic suggestions. So I'm going to do just write that, just that. And then also, if I like, I can add more information by just attaching a brief or maybe past content. But essentially, when I fire this off, it's going to go on the internet. It's going to read your competitors' websites, relevant websites for digital marketing and AI in UK, and it's going to come up with topics that are relevant to the topic or things, story that you want to tell. And it's going to offer topics that are very different in, their intent or the angle at the same story that you're trying to tell, right? So you'll see maybe more thought leadership, maybe some non-obvious angles that are interesting to talk about, right? So from that, you can just pick a topic, let's say the number 2, and you move into creating a brief, right? And AI is doing a deeper research now, and it's creating a more structured brief, picking up correctly what is the kind of content that we want to create, right? Blog post, understanding which is the market and language, and I can add more languages here if I like, right? So let's add French. It also defines typical elements you would find in a brief. So goal, tone of voice, target audience, also the length of the content. It does also the research of keywords, primary and secondary. You can also add additional information there. There's also an outline that AI is creating, allowing you to customize and kind of inject specific topics they want to talk. And then there is the sources that AI kind of picked up that are relevant to this piece of content. So now we are starting with the content creation.
Right, we're just on time, so I'll just ask you to
we are
wrap.
just wrapping up. So so I'm just jumping into the article, and this is how the generated article looks like. The interface actually points out which sources have been used to create which piece of content. And it's very collaborative. You can share it with your collaborators, both internal or external. You can submit it for transcreation and immediately take it into multiple languages. You can hire our human reviewers to add more kind of human touch there. And there's obviously you can export it into other formats or track history, who changed what, right? So really this platforms allows marketers to create and transcreate content into multiple languages, increasing their content velocity. But this content platform is really designed to capture the cultural nuance of the markets for which the content is being created and making sure that it stays on brand. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kajetan. Good to see you here.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was thoughtfully, carefully put together. Let's see if it was meaningfully for the audience. Can I say that? No? Sorry, little play there. So let's launch a poll. And this is the last poll of the day, folks. So no more clicking for you after this. Jörg, what did you think of this?
I think that multilingual content creation is, I don't know if it's a hype. I don't know if it's a temporary thing. I don't know if it's a real breakthrough for our industry, but it took us 12 pitches to talk about multilingual creation, multilingual content creation. So Kajetan, thank you for bringing that up. I have one question for you while we're running the poll. We've had two TMS killers. We've had one TMS augmenter. Are you going to take away marketing translation from the TMS market? Yes or no?
Yes, I think yes, because we are so much more, right? We are so much more than just a workflow tool. We bring and solve the key problems that marketers have today, blending, AI, language technology, and data to power this and make this more relevant and more performant.
Wonderful. I can confirm, Kajetan, that a lot of people think we're not ready for it yet, but it's exactly what our industry needs, and other people think that we are totally ready for it. Thank you very much, Kajetan.
Thank you for having me.
Nice job. That's our innovators done. Big thank you to all of them. So, waving hands, clap if you can. Now you've been watching everything throughout. We do have one more poll for you just before Konstantin jumps in here. So we'll just get your thoughts. So you're going to have, there's a bit of a memory game here. Let me see if I can launch this poll. Yeah. Okay, I'm having problems launching this poll. Jill, I'm not sure if we can launch the closing poll. If you can hear me. Yeah, we're having a bit of an issue with that.
Just stop the share of the other poll.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, we had to have me causing a problem at some stage. It's just inevitable.
Oh my God, you're asking people to choose between the fantastic presentations today.
You have to, and memory. It's a memory question as well. It's like, who was that who said the thing about that? What? Yeah, so a bit of memory. We'd love to, you know, it's not a competition, but what resonated with you? You know, maybe
I'm
a few of them
curious.
did.
Super curious.
We'd love to see. And while that, we'll give it another 15 seconds on that one. You know, that's the first innovation showcase. We'd love to hear your thoughts about this afterwards on social and all of that.
The competition is so intense. Oh
Yeah, just the guys can see it. Not everyone can see it. You will in a second now, don't mind. But while we're just giving another 10 seconds, can I do one last joke? Have I hit the threshold, Consta? One last joke.
Why ask me? Just do it.
It's about a joke, actually. I tried to tell a joke on a Zoom call recently. It was a different Zoom call, obviously. It wasn't this one. But nobody laughed. It seems I'm just not remotely funny. There you go. All right. So
you're very funny when you're in person.
All right. Thank you very much,
right, let's call
everybody. So there's the results. So Consta and Jörg, what do you think? Klaus getting good resonance with people. Petra, Bruno, quite even. Bart.
Yeah. Yes, interesting results.
Everyone's getting a bit of something, which is great. So is terminology making a comeback? That's us. Thanks to everybody. Jörg, any final word before Consta takes the stage?
I just want to say thank you to all the innovators for working with us on this. You've done a great job. This was so interesting. Time for a beer.
Indeed. Jörg, Dave, fantastic innovation showcase. Let's do that again at the next edition, see how we update it. Maybe we'll have fewer innovators, maybe we'll have 2 rounds. The jury's out there. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know what you think about this session. And Stefan, why don't you give us the honors of summarizing the day and wrapping it up?
You know, Konstantin, what I was thinking here with the last question, so many of these presentations and the solutions we saw are the right solution for a specific use case or for somebody that needs them in a specific realm. And I think this was a mixed bag of nuts with something for everybody. Piece of chocolate in there even once in a while. Wouldn't you agree, Jurek? And I'm very jealous you're going to get a Belgian beer at the end of this of this session. Would you do me a favor, and go get yourself a pakje friet with een speciale daas zo met water in de mond toen staan. That's a Belgian plug there between us Belgians, Flemish side. Great day, Konstantin. So much information.
To say something influential about. Look at how many innovators are out there. It's not just the big brands. Our industry is full of creative and ingenious people who develop and create stuff based on generative AI. To bring us back to the topic. There we go.
That'll be it. Thank you, gentlemen. So very much.
Ciao. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.